everybody.
She got a great ass. And you got your head all the way up it.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
I thought that intro would be longer, but there's our once a year use New Year's intro. Happy New Year's.
It
That
loops.
Pee-wee quote's funny.
Happy
Pee-wee's
New
funny.
Year's.
Yeah, it's New Year's, right?
Check.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is
Yeah,
now
it
the
is.
new year.
It
are
is now the
correct.
new year.
All right,
It is
good.
the second. So
But no, that was the only chance we got. That was the closest chance we would get to use it. We might as well. I remember making that during the show when we did it. Just I don't know if it was on New Year's we were doing it or just before. And yeah, got it done right at the end. Came in clutch.
Perfect.
They say in video games. Yeah,
Thank
welcome to 2025. Man,
God.
getting old now. 2025. That's like a old number, right?
Yeah,
we are getting old.
I just hope we all live to see Revelation.
Oh, we're about there, judging by how the world's been going.
I always say the same thing. Like, look, if you're gonna die, don't you want to die when the world goes to fully shit? Like, I would love to for all of the people in history, they have normal deaths, but if you get to die at the end of the world, come on, out of all the deaths, you pick that one. You pick an end of the world death.
I concur.
Phil, you'd rather
God
die
is amazing.
mundane during good times years ago.
Yeah, good times.
Warm in
you
your
got
bed.
you got a few decades in the afterlife, right? And then all hell breaks loose, right? Because even if you're in heaven, you still have to go through judgment during Judgment Day, right?
Yeah, what a pain in the ass.
Yeah. I take it back. I don't want Revelation.
You're gonna get judged no matter what. Isn't Revelation, or at least the Godfather's version, like you get stuck in the ground until the rapture, and then everyone gets resurrected and judged on that day. Like you're a zombie.
Yeah, I think you're. Well, I don't know. So maybe someone in chat knows more than any of us. I'm sure.
I
But
just killed
don't
someone's
ask
ass.
me,
I just killed
don't
someone's
know.
Mewtwo. Sorry.
Well done. Die, Mewtwo. Die.
You guys ever play Pokemon cards?
Pokemon Go.
No. This is
Pokemon Go.
They made a digital card game version where they truncated how you play the card game.
Wait a second. Isn't that aren't Digimon the digital monsters?
They are in a digital world, and they are apparently the champions.
Seems
But
like they're gonna get sued.
I'm
now.
talking about the card game you can download. It's great.
Do you have
You
Licking
only have-
Tongue?
No, I look. I'm doing a big Charizard move. A big. I'm waiting for the other player to move because he's like, "Shit, I'm gonna lose." Hey, look, he did 20 damage to my Charizard.
Oh, you
And
played his
now-
dick pic card. Gross.
His dick pic card.
Yeah. What's up,
Ew.
everybody in chat? We got a bunch of people here. Tweet this out. We're gonna be talking about villains tonight. But before we get into anything, hey to the chat. Ronan was the forced one. Romy's here. Cranberry Landers, good to see you, brother. Let's see. Rick Saylor, Michael Rushbrook, good to see you, man. Epignosis, good to see you. Narwhal was here. Narwhal Books. JP.
Well,
Dale-
hello.
Dale A. Welcome. This is where we talk about creative stuff. We're all comic creators, writers, or artists. Probably mostly both, except I'm just a writer. But we
No,
talk
you're an
about
artist too, Phil. You know, you're a
Well-
published artist.
Phil doodles on napkins and
He
they'll be
is,
worth a lot of
isn't
money.
he?
one day.
Phil, you're published. You should be proud of this.
I know. I don't like to boast about it.
Okay.
About it.
Okay.
Uh,
Stay humble.
Nightmare
But I-
fuel.
Maybe I'll do some more drawing this year. We'll see about that. But we're going to be talking about villains because I've been watching a lot of writing videos and character videos and stuff like that. And there seems to be an idea that comes up a lot. The difference or comparing the two types of villains of sympathetic villains or non-changing pure evil villains. And I want to get into that today. I even did a little PowerPoint harkening back
Wow.
to some older shows that we've done.
Putting us
Absolutely
to
insane.
shame.
We're back.
Yeah, I'm trying to start the
2025.
year out right. Yeah, trying to start
Yes.
the year out right. So stay tuned with us. We're going to be talking about that. But before we get into that, we had a 1 membership gift from Chimera. Thanks,
Oh,
bro.
nice.
Happy New Year.
Laura,
Who got it?
Let me see.
does it go to the very next person to post or something like that? Or?
No, it's randomly distributed throughout people that are subscribed to your channel. So it doesn't even mean they're in the chat. So like this one went to Sim. What's up, Sim? I doubt he's in the chat, but Sim got the membership.
Wait, you can get it if you're not in chat?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. People think like, oh, that means they're lurking, but no, it just distributes it to people that are subbed to you.
Yeah, I get
Oh,
random
that's
emails
silly.
all the time saying like, you now have a Zaid Comics membership or a Bancroft membership. It's like, okay, cool. So they used to do it where it was the people in the I
Spam.
selected start another game by accident. They used to do it where it was the people in the chat. And then like one day they changed it. Like maybe they're like thought it would pull people in who don't usually watch. Like there's the joke on Bancroft's how Mo Biggs, the person who's in the chat all the time, never gets a gifted membership. So and then you'll have like 10 billion random, but you get an email and then it might make people go, oh, I remember that channel, and then they might come to the stream.
It
Maybe
has. That happened last week. Some people that weren't in the chat came because they got the email notification during the live stream, which is pretty cool.
It's just a paid notification farming system now.
But here's my theory about the whole Mo Biggs debacle, who seemingly never gets a gifted membership. I think he does not have the capability turned on his channel, so he never gets any, because you have to turn it on, and you have
he insists that he turn
sure.
I
And
must
look,
have it turned on because I never get those, and that's good because I don't want to be bombarded.
Yeah. I don't have mine turned on either. I think if you have like a business account, you can't enable it. So you have to like make it a regular account or something like that.
Yeah, Bancroft, you tell us in the chat. Has he had a membership before? Yeah, don't turn it on. Oh, Biggs debacle. I swear I've seen him having a gifted membership sometime in the past. If he says he has it turned on, I believe him. I'm going to trust him. I'm going to believe in the word of Mo Biggs.
What's up, Henry? DLA says Mo Biggs insists upon himself.
Mo Biggs is basically drives. He's like 90% of the content on Bancroft stream.
I know.
Yeah, if anyone deserves a membership,
If only we all had a Mo Biggs, we would be able to stream all day and have no prep or anything. We could just read.
I know.
Jokes.
It says joke writer.
Yeah, he is good. He should write. You know,
is Mo Biggs Australian?
I
don't think so.
Mysterious.
Mo Biggs, are you Aussie?
I don't think he is.
ARMIRS us.
There was some news. We're gonna get into our weeks, but
there's a lot of news this week.
Yeah, there's a lot of news going on.
Really? What's been happening?
Everything.
There's been so much news that the weird fog that covered. I was driving home from Christmas during the fog in England, and I drove like 300 miles from my dad's to where I am now. The whole way that fog was there. It wasn't just like, oh, it's here and there. The whole trip was that weird ass fog. And at the same time, Irene, you had fog where you are. Did you guys have fog?
It was really foggy. It was so foggy, I couldn't see like 2 doors down on my street. And it was on and off for days. Like, and Atlanta's usually not that foggy. It was weird.
Yeah, Cranberry is an actual fog. People seem to have gone a bit loopy since the fog. So I don't know if that's like sleeper chemtrail stuff.
They said the Pope opened up a portal with a crazy ritual.
The 7th portal, yeah.
I believe it. It's all the loose.
It was just a big door.
Whatever the fuck her name is.
I think that is like a regular thing. In the news articles presented that Pope hell portal opening as like a one-off, but apparently he does that on a regular basis. There's many hell portals he opens. I don't know if it's every year or like
It's every time a new Doom video game comes out.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, we didn't have any fog. I mean, I've seen crazy dense fog in my years over here in this area, but nothing recently. So
You're fogless.
Well,
I saw people because every time something happens that's like it's gonna touch the lives of a ton of people at once. Like there's gonna be a conspiracy theory no matter what, and there's gonna be flat Earth style investigations. Like I saw people with really high powered torches putting their torch in the fog and filming it and being like, these fog particles are way too big. And it was just really fun seeing the majesty of the human mind trying to chaos magic their way into an explanation.
for the audience out there, that's a flashlight. He means a flashlight.
Oh,
What did you say?
It's not
oh
a,
right,
not a blowtorch.
Britishism.
Or
you with your
it's
extra
a flaming
syllables.
stick.
I'm blowtorching the fog. Like a
Does it
proper
flash?
Christmas.
Does it flash or does it stay on? Do you turn it off and on and off again? Does it?
It can flash, yeah.
When you turn it on, it's like a flash. I don't know why
Yeah, it
we
flashes
call it
on.
that. It's just that's the correct term. Okay, you Brits need to
A
learn
lamp,
that.
a hand lamp. Let's call them hand
Oh.
lamps, everybody.
I'll
Can't
stay
laugh.
over here in England with my car hold.
Flashlight
can
in
have
Chinese is hand electric bucket. Chinese is very straightforward.
Interesting.
Wait, what isn't the cinema like electric image as well? Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, in
electric
China.
shadow, 电影, and computer is
shadow.
electric brain.
The-
Super straightforward language.
Online in Chinese is Shang Wang, going online is Shang Wang, but
No, it's not. Xiang Wang. Jesus Christ.
Oh, it's so different. It's so different.
Shang Wang?
Shang Wang's
Oh,
better.
yeah.
Shang Wang.
Thank you, Phil.
Shang but the symbols for Shang Wang is like a box with two X's, and that's for the computer screen with like an error. And then the other one is like a little aerial. It's like a line. It's got like two dashes. It's like an aerial.
Doesn't look like it at all.
That's
Romy
not.
with
That's Naga. That's
access
the
to
word
Google.
that sounds like the bad word in English, but it just means
Naga?
that. Yeah, Naga.
Say it like 5 times real quick.
Say please
Naga,
right
Naga,
after
Naga,
it.
Naga.
There you go.
Okay, I'm speaking Chinese.
Alex says your mic's not loud enough, Irene.
Really? Oh, that's a rarity.
No,
How
I
did
think
that
he's.
happen?
I think
Did
I was
someone-
joking. I think he means the opposite.
Oh.
It says check your mic volume. That
Did
sounds
you
fine
turn
to me.
my mic volume down? Because that might have
no.
happened in the past. Okay. All right.
In the distant past.
Distant past.
So I saw this, which was pretty awesome. This is Dang the Artist. I don't even know if
Modang?
Bear's seen this. Going
Yeah.
to pre-order all 3 covers. This is going to be awesome, of Vatican City.
Ooh, cool.
Yeah, the time is nigh. April 9th it releases. And today I went to the 2 places that sell comics, but neither in my town, but neither of them sell floppies. And I asked them if they get
What?
a catalog from Diamond, and they both said no. They said they just do it online. So I was like, shit, because I'm trying to get, because I'm like, because I want it. And they're like, what? You can't just, whatever.
What
Is
the
there any
hell?
way for us to get it if we don't
What?
have a comic shop? Like, can I just like order them all online? I want to get all the variants too.
I don't know. Let's see. It's Dark Horse, right? I don't know if they do stuff through Amazon, but you could order it. I know a lot of comic shops do online orders and shipments, so I would check with some of those. Yeah, this looks dope.
Vatican City
cover.
pre-order number 1. Get ready comics. Okay. Huh. Maybe I could. Oh look, your name's already there in the credits. That's so cute.
Yes.
Yeah, it says right here
Oh, so
on this
cute.
too. Mark Miller, Per Berg. You're on there 3 times. Look at this. Mark Miller,
Wow.
Per Berg, all new series.
Why
New
is your
York
name
Times.
written so
I'm the
much?
artist, the colorist, and then I don't know what CA and C
Oh,
is.
cover artist,
Oh.
color. Yeah, artist, cover artist, colorist.
That's funny. They
Damn.
had to put your name on there 3 times. It just instead of just saying you did all those things.
Yeah.
That's great.
That's
me
cool.
see if I can pop this open a little closer. Yeah. Best-selling author Mark Miller. The world has been overrun by vampire apocalypse. Every man, woman, and child dead. Jesus. Except
You guys-
for 2,000 tourists safe behind the walls of the holy relics of the Vatican City. But as the vampires gather in the millions outside, how long can they hold out? Because the monsters can wait forever. 3-issue
Wait.
series.
How can they wait forever if they're vampires? Don't they need to keep eating blood?
We'll just wait and see. They're probably
You gotta read the
sucking each
book.
other. They're probably sucking each other all the time. You know?
Yeah.
And then
Other
getting blood
vampires-
some other way.
Sucking each other all the time.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's that question is answered in like literally the first couple pages, so it really annoyed me when people were trying to own Mark Miller with that.
You drew the vampires sucking each other off in the first 2 pages.
No one said off.
No.
Make this gross, Jake.
That one omitted word made all the difference. Yes. We definitely weren't
Come
all
on.
thinking
Up to the naughty step with me.
that. Blame
They're
Jake.
Alabama vampires. Okay. That explains
Bama.
it.
No, someone was telling me that I could maybe get an Eisner nom next year. You know, I'll be like in the running.
Ooh.
Maybe.
I make
No.
food
Not
now.
if I can help it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sabotage that from ever happening.
Torpedo it.
But speaking of naughty things, I thought this was interesting, and I brought this up to you guys. The end of the year most popular 2024 top 10 created comics on GlobalComix.
Mm.
I'm very glad that GlobalComix is emerging as the premier Kuma platform.
So I
I
showed
like
you.
how GlobalComix has just everything. They have Dark
Got it
Horse,
all.
DC, just all kinds of stuff, super serious comics, and it's like high quality. It's not webtoons, and the most popular stuff. Not that there's anything wrong with that. We embrace the booba. I endorse this, but the most popular stuff is still gonna be titty books.
It's
Not only
Power of the
not
Bill.
only a
Staggering.
titty book, a
staggering.
bimbofication extravaganza at number one.
It is staggering. So they had some different categories. So they have like top webtoons, which I guess is categorized by like scrolls, because comics is different than webtoons. And then they also have publishers, which is like big publishing company comics. So those are separated into 3 different categories. And this is like the creator owned, creator uploaded comics. And yeah, you're right. This is number 1, The Secret of Bright Shore. Check out that cover. Let me read this to you. The city of Bright Shore has a problem. All the women in the city are changing into bimbos. And then a group of women have to band together to investigate this problem in hopes of reversing it.
Yeah, no cap. Bless the creators. I now believe I need to add some kind of bimbofication subplot in Connell, if that's what the people are clicking at.
You know, every month I increasingly regret not just making Casimir a giant titty girl, and
there's still there's still
having more
time.
Agnes. Yeah, magic exists. This is what sells.
Oh no.
Embrace the boob.
Yeah. So and I mean everything else on this list also has like a babe in it on the cover somewhere. So
Loogie has got in the list too. So there's is right at the bottom. I think it was like number Loogie got in there. This is like half of the comic. Like he did a crowdfunder recently and he put like half of it up. Like Loogie's part of the inspiration for like trying to bust ass and get a preview up on GlobalComix whilst Connell is still alive. So yeah, congratulations to him getting in at number 10. I don't know if the crowdfund is still around, but you should go check it out. He seems like a cool guy.
Yeah,
No.
that looked like a cool book. And that's
Yeah,
a
he's
really
got,
good
like, booty hair.
idea.
She's not farting fire. Come on.
I think I need to, if when I put Connell up on GlobalComix, I need to do a cover just for GlobalComix, and it needs to be boobtacular. It has to be full focus on boobs.
Yeah, I agree. What's up, Tentacle Pentacle, Mr. Toxicity? Good to see you. Yeah, so I wanted to highlight that. I thought that was pretty funny, and it's cool that they did. There's a bunch of them, like every genre that they have on the site. They did a top 10 of the most read ones on here. So it's super cool. It's something to shoot for in the future for next year as well, because it's an awesome site.
Sweet.
Shoot as hard as we can. When's that top 10 Phil Diaz comics coming out?
Just the top 10 Zaid comics?
Comics? Because I know like 50 million of them that you've done.
Well, as of now, the top selling item on the Zaid Comics website is, in fact, the Shell Bean shirt. So this would be number one. The Shell Bean shirts. Everybody's getting them, loving them. Also, the Shell Bean, the 3D printed Shell Bean, is now purchasable. So we've been selling those too as well. But yeah, maybe we'll have to do our own top 10 Zaid Comics comics.
It's gonna happen. Yeah, the whole putting part of the comic up on GlobalComix for free seems like a great idea. I kind of wish I could just have. Well, I have like a huge section of Chapter 1 for free already, but I have been inspired by that Loogie guy and also by what Jake's doing. I'm gonna do something similar for Fiendish 3. Just have like a huge chunk of the book for free, because that's how you get readers.
Yeah, and if you have that, say like you have, a good amount of stuff done once you launch your campaign, you could put that link to GlobalComix right on your campaign page, so they could read whatever sample that you're giving them, which is a pretty cool idea.
I do like how GlobalComix comes along, and we've been like talking about them for a while, but yeah, that they have that preview thing now, like locked in as like a business strategy, like because it worked for the Loogie guy. They're also pushing like the Western version of vertical scroll stuff.
Yeah,
and we know the infamous Michael Bancroft. His comic, The Lucent, originally a vertical. So I have inspired by both the infamous Michael Bancroft and GlobalComix moving into that direction. Because I've been like working on this preview, I've experimented with turning the first few pages of Connell into a vertical.
Yeah,
and I could share a little bit of it.
Let's see it.
Want to take a look?
Yeah, it's so, very unique, because I've only probably read maybe one or two vertical comics, but that's like the majority of digital comics because of webtoons and stuff like Tapas. That's how they're formatted. So the younger generations of us are so used to ingesting digital comics this way. Look at that.
Yep. It's the format was hard to get a handle of. I tried reading some of them. I just got so confused.
Yeah.
It's actually really hard because it's not just, you stack comic pages. There's the way you space things, the sizing, how close you want to zoom in on things is totally different. It's kind of like a different kind of sequential art. But it works, when you figure it out, I can see the appeal, even though I do feel like they're just butchering a comic, but that's fine. Whatever.
I have learned the appeal. Like, I've been looking at this version of my own thing on my phone, and like, it feels so good. It can be good. Some of them are like pretty whack. Yeah, but so
it's very popular.
Yeah, it's super popular.
All people read in Asia. Yeah.
So here's the first few, like the first couple of pages in vertical format. You see this? Like deep in the. Do we want to do a dramatic reading? Does anyone want to do a voice?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
I read.
Yeah.
Deep in the Simonium forest, far deeper than most men dare to tread.
So this usually would just be like a little bit at the top of this panel
Right,
introducing it.
box,
But
right?
in vertical, it's like the whole freaking thing. It's like
Yeah,
a
we can-
whole screen.
Yeah, it's something that's so unique to this format. And I mean, I think the first one I ever read like this was Odie's Tomahawk Angel is on the Webtoons Tapas in a vertical format, and then they reformatted it for manga, which is
Yeah, that's crazy.
for print.
But then yeah, the person would see this little text box here, so they'd be like, "Oh, I got to scroll." So they scroll like this, and then they get like another screen. They anyone want to become a big fat block?
Oh,
I'm glad
Oi.
you like it, Cranberry.
boy, this place is swimming with these tawny bastards.
And like as you can see, this is like a cut-in version.
Oh, you spoiled it all. You spoiled it all.
Fuck, no, 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 no.
What? Why did you zoom out?
I don't know how that happened. It was an accident. Anyway, guys, pretend you didn't see that. It was a little very tiny.
Nothing happened.
Did you change, because you sent me this yesterday and I read through it. That first panel, did you make a change there?
Yeah, so here's the thing. It used to start out with this whole panel, right?
Yeah.
And it would Jake leaked all of Connell says TC. That was just the first 8 pages, which is they're gonna be a free preview anyway. I just want yeah. It used to be all this, but then like Bancroft was like, no, you start off zoomed in, one bit of information. So like this page on this panel is usually like all it would be the speech coming from him, and then his speech bubbles would have been like down here.
Right.
It's like too much information in one scroll apparently. So it's like you have this in one bit, and then you can like just pull out and basically get 2 panels out of the same splash page. But
Bancroft's giving you all the tricks.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gave me the skinny.
It's a brand new
you can
painting
zoom
style.
in and it doesn't look zoomed in because you attention to detail or whatever.
Yeah, it looks like a totally different
10
panel.
billion gigapixel drawings as well. But yeah, no, it still looks cool, like all zoomed in.
Zoom in even more.
Okay.
Redo it and get a first panel of like just that guy's face.
The little guy.
And he's being like, "You're probably wondering how I found myself in this space. You see, all journeys begin as blocks. We begin born in a time. That's my friend Peter right there. He's also holding the white guy in the cage."
Yeah. We are still in the cages from the ceilings and taking them back to the cave in the cages. That's right.
Yeah, just redo it and have just them have a conversation for 2 hours and then start the story. Then
That'll be the YouTube animated version.
Oh, yeah.
People want to know why his hand is wet, and my assumption is that's sap. Is that right?
Yeah, look, well, okay. I will give you that. So yeah, in the second page, I found one that ain't so tiny. Oh, bastard. Now, as you can see, there was a goo on his hand. The goo has gone onto the ass. As you can also see in the zoomed in version, there was a lot of goo here, and they must have. He's the first one in. I'm assuming he broke. Well, I'm assuming I'm the one who made the fucking thing. I'm assuming he busted through, and it ended up with goo all over his hand from busting through the pod first. So he busted first, and that's why he has goo on his hand and feet. And feet. Yeah, and then they would scroll, and then it would be the narrator once again with a whole screen of black for one line. Who was the narrator again?
You spelled unwelcome like a Brit.
Oh,
I'm so offended.
I'm supposed to read. Unwelcome visitors bring a new kind of threat.
How is this because of the E?
Oh, maybe I'm stupid. Sorry, I take it back.
No, that's just how it's spelled, Pear.
Yeah. Well, he's saying Americans wouldn't say unwelcome, because we're not mean like that.
Yeah,
that is an unwelcome assumption, sir.
Because everybody's welcome in America.
Yeah, you'll just let anyone in.
Obviously.
En masse.
Apparently. Unfortunately.
Bet you've never been with a bloke before, have you? Another.
Have you?
A good old GlobalComix preferred boob shot. We're ticking all the boxes.
Yeah.
And then you see this is like a fade in. You see this gradient here of the black? This is like a scroll
Ooh, yeah.
animated fade in
that.
happening.
That's cool.
And look,
Yeah, I love this panel. So
who is
good.
still here?
Oh yeah,
Hey.
continuity.
Canon. That's canon right there.
It's actually really bad continuity because
It's the
it's
wrong
the
hand.
Wrong cheek.
wrong cheek.
God damn it.
Stop.
Well, we assume there's another one.
That
someone on his
happens.
other hand.
Yeah.
Dale A says he hates this scrolling.
Well, Dale,
Well-
you're in luck because right now at ConnellComic.com, you can buy the legitimate normal comic version. I know you already have. You can buy several more copies and give them to your friends and read the.
Yeah. You won't have to scroll your book once you get the book in your hand. I'm already so mad about the scroll. It's for web digital.
It's
stuff,
fun.
guys.
Why are you guys mad about it? It's fun.
This is to get the other people who
cool.
aren't the cool guys who are us. You know.
Yeah. The youngins, the whippersnappers that are reading.
Yeah,
books
holding it in your
digitally.
hand and flipping's preferred.
Yeah.
But if it's digital and you can choose like digital traditional flipping pages or vertical, I kind of like vertical better for digital.
I since making this, I've really actually enjoyed it. Now, Phil, I don't know if you want me to scroll that much further.
No, I think you don't want to spoil it.
I don't want to
Yeah.
spoil.
But just know that princess, that like wooden princess, she's the main character.
Yeah.
Of the whole book.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little twist, a little bait and switch.
Yep.
Yeah, Connell like doesn't show up at all. It just stays as her for the whole time. But yeah, Jake already spoiled it. TC, no, but yeah. So it's been fun having to go at doing this vertical thing.
Yeah, it was cool. Thanks for showing me that. It was got some chuckles and
It's cool.
I like the end of it too.
Yeah, it turned out really well, and I like that you plan for the verticals thing. I know you
by
drew
drawing the-
extra. Yeah, it's really cool. It kind of makes me wish that I was still doing digital, but well.
No,
Original art sales.
in the printed comic, this area on where her leg is, that's covered by this panel.
Oh yeah. Did you have to redraw it or you layer everything?
No, I planned ahead. I've basically been drawing everything behind the panels so that I have maximum like portability, usability of the art. So yeah, like this gets covered over.
That'll let you do motion comics if you want. Eventually.
Oh yeah, layers and stuff like
You
that.
do.
Yep.
And this guy
So,
gets lost. Gone.
Aw. Oh, no, sorry, I'm cutting everybody off today. I apologize. No, people are saying that the scrolling format seems dumb. I kind of agree. But there are people who enjoy it, and that's just especially more casual readers, or like in Asia, a lot of people who are just casual manga readers. They read on their phone on the commute, and that's how kids get into reading comics. So I find it kind of annoying because I like comics, and I think the form it's intended to be in is as a book with proper panels, but we also have to adapt, right? So I think I like viewing the book version as that's the main product, of course, but making vertical comics and digitizing it is a way to get more readers, which we really need as indies, you know?
For sure. And the cool thing about GlobalComix, like if there's any creators in the chat right now or people that want to get into reading digitally, like you love comics, GlobalComix is awesome because they have 70,000 comics you could read right now, including a lot of our stuff is on there right now. It's basically like the Netflix for comics, but this scroll feature is a new feature to GlobalComix. So they're now allowing creators to put it in this format, whereas I don't have my books in that format, but you could read it like a regular PDF page. Like this is from the Lost Pages, or I have it set up where if you're on PC, mobile, or a tablet, you could read it frame by frame. So you would either you hit the arrows on your keyboard, or you can click the page and it goes frame by frame, panel by panel, which is a little extra work for the creator, but it's really cool a very cool, unique experience as well. So you don't have to do the scroll thing. That's just what a lot of young digital readers are used to reading, you know?
Well, I mean, the panel to panel thing, it's like part of GlobalComix philosophy is everyone has a freaking phone. So a phone is a way to get to an audience member. You know what I mean? So like panel to panel, it's like the non-vertical comic version of digital, right? Because you can get close to the art. Part of the point of the vertical, like you saw, that's like a small bit of the art blown up big, and it works great when you're doing the scroll version. Like that panel with like the ass, and it's like pretty much it's more than a whole screen's worth on the Connell thing. Like that is one of the smallest panels on the page version, but because it's a tall panel, you zoom in. Like you can get really close to some of the art, and you don't have to worry about like how this is going to balance on a double page spread, which is a constant, man. It is almost freeing to not after working on those Connell pages where it's like a meticulously constructed double page spread where everything Tetrises together. To do a vertical, and it's like, no, this is one piece of art. It's on like a whole screen at the same time. There's nothing to have to balance it with. It's kind of fun and freeing. But you know, you still have the true version of the comic.
For sure. Yeah, but I'm going to try to get Lost Pages 2 up on GlobalComix soon, just to keep stuff flowing up there, which is pretty cool. But yeah, that's awesome that you're playing around with that scroll thing. I think that's going to be a big hit on there.
I think there's some really good art in Western comics, including bande dessinée. Like if you think like they have loads of background detail in the artwork on those. They really focus on the art. That like there is an opportunity to just convert it, like take that beautiful art, put it in the new format, and get it in the eyes of like thousands more people. You know what I mean? And a percentage of those people can be converted to buying the book, I would assume. You know what I mean? Like it's it doesn't seem like that much work to do, and the amount of new eyeballs you can get on the IP, to use a cynical term, it's invaluable.
That's a good way of putting it.
I would love to see more cool shit from the West converted to that, just to put it out there to compete.
There are.
Totally.
Oh, go on, Irene.
Oh, sorry. No, I was just gonna agree with Jake that I view verticals as it's not like we're dumbing down the entire product for a different audience. The true form of the comic still exists, but having scrolling comics is a gateway. And someone in the comments says if the new generation doesn't get into comics, then the medium will die, which I think is true. And I think American comics have a huge problem with not adapting. In Asia, they've adapted. Look at Shonen Jump. Everything is digital. They have the tankobons and they have it digital as well. And manga's doing great. So we need to do the same, I think.
It's not even trying to get the new generation, because my comic definitely isn't for the new generation. If you're thinking about the younger audience,
it is. They're all coomers.
It's people who all across all age ranges that just aren't into comics and would look at a book as like an obstacle or something. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I've got to get into it. I've got to sit down. The whipping it out on your phone thing, you can whip it out anywhere. You can whip it out in a doctor's office. You can whip it out in public. And read it anywhere.
Work it out, everyone.
Yeah, and it's like low commitment, which I know all of this can be seen as cynical and like, oh, we don't want low commitment people. We don't want the fickle audience, but it's kind of meeting people where they are. Let's say someone isn't into comics and they just find a platform where they can read the vertical things, and then it's like the bit of crack. It's like DLA said, people enjoy crack too. It doesn't mean it's good. It's like, okay, we need to give them a little bit of crack, DLA.
Salvador Dele.
Yeah. To get them into it.
Well,
awesome
no
one.
one is required. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, awesome one says, never seen this art before. Very crumb. Yeah, this is Maria. She's the first person I worked with on Crimstone. So she does like cover work for Marvel now, and a bunch of companies. But yeah, she's a local chick over here, Maria Lopez. If you haven't read the Lost Pages, go check it out. It's freaking awesome. Crimson Beast.
TC says this is sounding like the expanded audience argument. I mean,
What's the expanded audience argument? I don't know that term.
well, it's like watering down the content to make it appeal to a wider audience.
Oh,
I don't think that. I think that's completely different. The actual
format.
book, the real, you're not changing the content of the book or the original format. There's still the original format of the book that's there. I think if we're purists and we're not willing to have just put a comic on a different platform or have a version of it that's more accessible, then I mean that's not changing the core of the product, right? People who are high commitment and who want a physical comic in their hands still have that, and I think that's still the most important product. But you need to kind of have something for it's like how look at successful franchises. They have a range of products, and even doing conventions, the key is to have a range of prices. You have cheap knickknacks, you have stickers and pins, and then you have books, then you have original art. If you only go there selling original art because that's a true form of your art and you don't want to have anything cheap, you're probably not going to make a lot of sales and you'll make less money than if you have original art, books, prints, and cheap stickers. So I view it that way. It's just expansion.
Yeah, well, look at it this way too. Like, I would say that it's more akin to having your video game available on every platform, like Xbox, PlayStation, and Steam. It's just a different way to have the experience. So it's a different way to read the story, whether it's digital, scroll version, panel by panel, on your site, in your hand, in paperback, hardcover, oversized size, all that stuff. So, but I'm looking forward to that. It's awesome. All right, what did we do this week? We had New Year's.
Did you guys do anything for New Year's? Because I definitely didn't.
Nope.
Yeah,
Not at all.
Just went to
I
Sam's.
had a glass of wine, not wine, whiskey, and watched my neighbors put off fireworks. Yes.
I think exactly on New Year's here, I was watching the Sam Hyde Dear Elon video.
Oh yeah,
How
awesome.
was that?
That's great. You should watch it.
Sam Hyde jumped the shark. Is he still funny?
I think it's reverse jumping the shark.
Okay.
He locked in, as it were. I don't.
Yeah, he locked it in.
I've watched it all the way through twice. It was entertaining.
Yeah, it was really good.
It was adequately good, so.
I got this from my other gift from Alex VRB.
Oh yeah,
in the
you
mail.
gotta open your other shirts.
Yeah, look at this. This is dope.
Very good, Alex.
Yes.
He got your number.
Yeah, I needed it. This was I think this is my first Trigun shirt, and I did order one for myself, and I'll be getting more. Okay, I don't want to hear about it.
More Trigun shirts.
More Trigun shirts. Yeah, in my future this year. That's my resolution.
Why is it not called Trigun?
Oh my god, because they're Japanese. And then also I finished the fourth Trigun book, so now I got to wait until February to read the next one. So I'm sad.
It'll be here before you know it, Phil. And on Valentine's Day, you can just be sitting there in bed, brushing off the babe, and saying, "Babe, I'm reading Trigun. I can't right now. I've got Trigun to read, babe."
Trigun.
Yeah, this is. Can you, Narwhal? You should know this. What is this a crossover shirt with?
Oh yeah, you're the guy.
You don't get the reference?
Oh yeah, it's Boondock Saints.
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought it was
Pulp Fiction.
Pulp Fiction.
Oh, I think it's Boondock Saints. It's the DVD cover of Boondock Saints.
What? We gotta look that up.
Pulp Fiction? Do you think
Maybe
Boondock
both?
Saints ripped off Pulp Fiction?
Yeah, Boondock Saints ripped off Pulp Fiction, but I feel like that's literally Boondock Saints.
Boondock Saints, they're pointing at the camera.
Oh yeah, aren't they like this?
Yeah, they're like down. Yeah. Are you trying to be
May-
clever?
Maromi's saying maybe Boondock Saints just straight up ripped off Pulp Fiction.
I think it's Pulp Fiction. Okay.
It's definitely Pulp Fiction. This is completely different. Hold on, I'll bring it up.
I thought
We
you
need
liked Tarantino, Pear.
Yeah, I'm
Oh, yeah,
gonna
here-
find the Boondock
Oh
Saints.
yeah.
I see what Jake's saying, but there's another one.
This is the DVD cover.
Pulp Fiction. Pear's a fake Tarantino fan.
Whatever, it's just a deep cut. It's too deep for you guys.
It's too deep. It's too deep for us. Oh man. Oh, Camel's here. What's up, Camel? It's the worst
What's up,
poster I've ever
Camel?
seen. It looks like the heads were photoshopped on those bodies for Boondock Saints. It's true. So that's what I did and got. And then I watched El Mariachi a little bit last night.
The original?
Yeah, I'd never
Nice.
seen it, but
Yeah.
it's a pretty cool premise, or funny premise.
Yeah.
I got to finish it. It's in Mexican, so I had to read.
It's in Mexican.
You mean Spanish? Espanol.
You don't speak Spanish? Are you a
No.
betrayal to your surname?
Yeah, I was never learned.
Yeah,
Not learning.
Phil Fillion Rodriguez.
I wouldn't say I can't speak Spanish because I learned this new thing today. I can't say that I can't do something because I could. I just haven't
You're
learned
evil.
it yet, right?
Okay.
No, if you haven't learned it, then it's
Nope.
Could you pick up
currently
a
can't.
10 million ton tungsten cube?
I don't know. I just haven't figured out how to yet. I can. I just haven't figured it out.
Oh,
This
it's
is
like an
torture.
affirmation thing, like believing in yourself.
I don't know.
Sounds like an ego thing.
Well,
Sounds
it's
like a
woman
grammar
thing.
Nazi thing.
Yeah, it's something.
Haven't learned how to
Something
pick up a
womanly.
10 million ton tungsten cube yet. It's just all
One day.
technique, bro.
One day. Yo, Patty's Parlor wanted to drop a like and sub. How'd you find out about this? Thanks for dropping a like and sub. Maybe it was the new short that I put up today that 16 people watched.
Woo! You're doing shorts as well?
Yeah, I
What
thought
is
of
it?
this
What are you
idea of doing
doing?
shorts.
You only got
Wow,
16
it's
views
really
on a
good.
short.
Yeah. I put it up at like 3 a.m, but I thought that would be fine because Bancroft puts his up at like really late.
Oh, no. Phil, here's the strategy for shorts. You go into your YouTube thing and it
Mhm.
says like when your audience is online and it has like a heat graph.
Really?
Maybe you've not seen this before, but this is the deep cuts.
I didn't know.
You
that.
basically upload just at the beginning of that spike of the heat
Yeah.
graph.
Well, I don't want my audience to see it. I want my audience that I don't have yet to see it.
It sounds like you don't want anyone to see it, Phil.
I don't care what my audience sees. I want the people that aren't my audience to see it.
Yeah, that's why you upload it at an ungodly hour. So the thing with shorts is it takes time. It's kind of painful, but that's just like Bancroft said that as well. It takes literally a couple of months of constantly uploading shorts, and the algorithm will fuck with you a whole lot over that time before, if your content is good, then it starts promoting you. But they will push you if you get to that point.
It's
So you have
still
to
at
keep at it.
17 views. It's still at 17.
What were you talking about in the short?
I mean, I was a couple days late, but it was about Jason Momoa being cast as Lobo in the DC.
Oh.
Isn't it a shame that he's in someone else's film? It's like a Supergirl film and doesn't get his own cool film.
Yeah, and I mean that's the only downside because they're not gonna push him to his potential. It's not gonna be bloody. But the hopes is he gets a solo spinoff because he's in this one.
Lobo really feels like a character where the world would warp around him.
Yeah.
To the point where he definitely needs his own film his own story based around literally just him to really push that. Imagine if you have some movie and like the mask is a side character. Like
Mhm.
it's not gonna. What are you gonna do with him?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the universe that Lobo's in is almost indistinguishable from the DC universe. You know, his comics. Yeah, but we'll see. I got another one dropping tomorrow. So what's the prime time? It's scheduled. What should I switch the schedule time to?
Well, you have to look at your analytics, but generally, right when people are getting off work and after work during work days
Yeah.
is when people are on YouTube. So that's a good time to upload in America.
Upload it when people are getting off, Phil.
When they're getting
Yeah.
off. Okay.
Off work.
Good. I'll try to remember that. Listen, Phil could master the YouTube algo. Right. I just have not yet. It doesn't mean I can't. This is what they're all talking about. Crenshaw in the chat, he says, I'll upload my comic short reviews as reels, shorts, and on TikTok. Only TikTok gets above 30 or 40. Yeah, I think it's, from what I've heard Bancroft saying, is it only takes off after your steady uploading, because it has to mold your channel to get used to putting up shorts, so it knows that you're going to do it regularly, and then it pumps them out, supposedly.
So you're doing a month's worth of daily Trigun shorts coming
Now,
up?
yeah, I made 2 Lobo ones, and then tonight, if this stream ever ends, I might make a Trigun one.
Oh my god, we're only an hour in. This is
Get rid
the
of
best.
us.
This is so good. I love the shows where we just chat. This is fun.
We have a topic. We do have a topic.
Bill hates us all.
I am manifesting this year, guys.
Emphasis on the word "mad."
What's up, Kirby? Good to see you. Does anybody done anything else this week? You got the scrolling thing. No, the fireworks.
I made. Speaking of shorts, I have been making a lot of those. So you guys should go to my channel and check those out.
Right now,
yeah,
go to her channel right now and check.
Yeah, leave this stream. No,
Open a
actually,
new tab.
I could share. Maybe I should share. That would be a good idea. But I figured out. Hold on, let me go here. I figured out a technique, so to say, which is not really a technique, but I've been meaning. So I have a camera set up over my drawing table, and for the longest time I've been thinking I should just record everything I draw because it's right there, and I haven't done it because I've been lazy. But this is, I guess, part of my New Year's resolution, even though I started doing it in December, which is I'll just record my drawings and yap over it, which I'm really good at. I can talk forever, in case you haven't noticed. And I just smash those together into shorts, and put that out as content. And I think so far it's been working out. It kind of, there's ups and downs, but there we go.
I mean, you've literally had hundreds of new subs from it, from
actually
going like a couple of weeks. So
yeah, actually, I was under 5K for like a whole year, and streaming was just doing nothing for me. Like, streaming is good for keeping your existing audience and like updating people that already are interested in your book on the project and so on. And like, this show is fun, but it's really not good for gaining a new audience, because a new audience isn't going to sit there for like a 3-hour stream to listen to an update about your book. So shorts and videos, honestly, I've heard that regular videos are the best form of content to put out on YouTube, but I don't have time for that. So these shorts are like a good balance. So I've made all of these. Like, I started with these just drawing ones in December with no talking. I was just doing time lapses, and I figured I could stop being lazy and put some effort in. So I started like talking over it. And it's been doing pretty well. I'm kind of at the mercy of the algorithm, because sometimes I'll get at least 500 or 600 views on most of them, but beyond that, I'm at the mercy of YouTube. And if it decides to boost me, I'll get 1,000, and one of them hit 6,000, which is still baby numbers for shorts, but I'm going to keep trying, because I think this is really good for growing your audience, and I hope some of those people will be interested in Fiendish, and
You should
people
try
enjoy
some
it.
with try different kinds of makeup and then no makeup. Turn it into a makeup.
Oh yeah, do you like kabuki makeup,
Yeah. See which ones get the most views.
goth
You're like, well,
makeup?
kabuki makeup got 10,000 views, so that's what we're doing now.
Hey, you need a
Wait,
gimmick. Yeah.
my
Is that the
channel is
Japanese
just
white face, red lip thing?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
it's the
Geisha
theater,
style.
Japanese theater.
Hmm.
I think
Yeah,
kabuki's
instead
like-
of drawing, it's not just drawing; it's makeup and drawing, because just having art isn't enough. No,
Is goth geisha a thing? Goth. There's got to be some influencer girl that does
what
goth
is drawing
geisha.
a whole?
Whoever invents
Yeah.
that's going to make $1 million.
Okay,
Jake,
so
this is- Hold on, let me
Great
show
T-shirt,
Jake,
by the way.
Kabuki makeup.
Oh,
That's what it
yeah.
should be.
Kabuki was when only men could play women too.
That's male
Oh,
geisha.
check.
That's
Yeah, that's
GAY.
true. Yeah, I should definitely do that. Just turn my channel into a makeup channel, and I'll get 1 million views. But yeah, I have.
Turn it into a kabuki channel.
Yeah, I'll just do that, and I'll get tons of views. Fuck drawing comics, guys. But yeah, I have like time lapses in there, and I'm talking about all kinds of drawing stuff. So, I'm hoping I can share some, I don't know, knowledge maybe, or ramblings. Like I try to talk about drawing techniques and whatnot. So hopefully people enjoy that. Check it out.
I want to see the full time lapses. You should upload the whole time lapse you recorded as a video, and that is my new original idea that I'm inventing right now that no one else thought of already.
It's definitely not something that I thought of and I mentioned right before the show just a few hours ago.
Sounds like a great idea, Jake.
What a great
I'm
idea.
okay with taking
Wow.
credit for the success, the eventual success.
I've definitely not done time-lapse videos ever on my channel. No, so I will make longer videos because I've been recording my drawing. So I think I'll have longer time lapses of my recordings as regular videos on the channel, and then I'll make shorts from like just snippets of it. So that's the direction I'm trying to go in. Of course, as I'm working on Fiendistry, which I have been making a progress on. So
Nice.
I don't know if should I
Sign
show
up
some
today.
stuff from it? Oh no, there's nothing that I can. That's too spoilery. I have other stuff that I might have at the auction. I can't show my newest page from Fiendish because it's only for channel members. But I have some other stuff for the Red Valkyrie auction, by the way.
Yeah, when is that?
It's on the 11th. I actually drew. I don't usually draw fan art or franchise characters, but I drew these for New York Comic Con and nobody bought them because I guess nobody buys original art at New York Comic Con. So these will probably be at the auction, guys, because they've been sitting around for like 3 months.
Wait, when did you
There
get
you go.
magic? You did the magic back then too?
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
was
it-
scrambling to get it done because I need her because so Heroes Con people buy original art, so I was expecting people to buy original art in New York Con.
Yeah.
Nobody bought fucking original art, so I had all of these sitting around, and I'll probably have my Rorschach that was done forever ago. This was done on Graveyears. I still have it, so
Well, no one even looked through the folder. It's not that they didn't sell. No one looked through the folder to even see them. So
yeah, nobody was even flipping through. Very few people even looked at prints. So it was people bought a lot of books at great book sales, but no prints or original art. So, anyways,
there was one guy who was really into that one print.
One person.
That magic will probably be popular. Magic's really hot right now because she's in the Marvel Rivals. Everybody's drawing magic.
I want to see it again. Have you done more work on the
magic
the shiny black stuff? I don't remember it being that well rendered, the shiny black PVC.
I did. Yeah, I did, and I added the background circle thingy too, but I added a lot more detail.
Look at that. Yeah, you didn't do any of that before, any of the black stuff on the legs. That's amazing.
Okay. It wasn't done. I was just bare bonesing it.
I mean, that looks badass. Whoever likes magic should
Yay.
get in that auction.
Yeah, Magic's
Yep.
dope.
I don't even know who the character even is, but I want that.
I don't either, but she looks pretty
Oh
cool.
my god.
Uh,
She's the goth Russian of the X-Men. She's Colossus's sister.
Goth Kabuki.
She's a mutant that can open portals to Limbo, which is a demon world. That's his demon sword. She's
Hey,
from
Phil.
New Mutants. Come on.
I got a
Cool.
couple things for my week too. I'll go kind of fast.
What
But
you got?
I saw a ridiculous movie. It's called The Coffee Table. Has anyone in the chat heard of it? Or have you guys heard of it? Because people are talking about it a little bit. But
No.
I don't recommend it, even though it's not a bad movie. But I'll just tell you guys, it's almost good if it gets spoiled. But it's this husband and wife with a newborn. They're arguing over this coffee table. She hates it. He loves it. He buys it anyway. She gets kind of pissed and goes shopping. And then while she's shopping, he trips over the coffee table and the baby gets decapitated, their newborn baby. And then, so he keeps it a secret from her. He like cleans it up and he got cut really bad too. So he says all
Does
the
he
blood is
weekend
his.
at Bernie's the baby?
He says,
Oh
he says the baby's sleeping. And then he kind of keeps it a secret from her for pretty much the whole movie. Then she finds out and jumps off the balcony, commits suicide. Then he jumps off the balcony, commits suicide. And then his brother, who's traumatized, the cops go up to him and they're like, "What did he say happened?" And they say, "He's just saying one thing over and over again. Coffee table."
This was a feature-length film?
Yeah.
What?
And the one thing I'll say for it though is it's a little bit what Jake was saying, but it's dramatic irony because I was thinking like I'll just turn this off after the baby died. I'm like, I don't even know if I need to watch this. But it's like a kind of a comedy, but they take it pretty seriously. But they did a lot of dramatic irony, and every time they were doing the dramatic irony thing, it is entertaining, even though you're like, fuck, like what are they doing? But like there's a part where the wife, because when she finds out that the coffee table broke and her husband cut himself on it, she doesn't know the baby died, so she's just giddy with laughter. She's just, "I can't stop laughing. You're so stupid. The stupid table that you love broke. It's karma. It's karma. It's so funny." And he's just like sitting there like, "Oh my god, how do I even tell her that our baby's dead?" And so yeah, that movie's ridiculous. Don't recommend it. Some people are talking about it because it's obviously crazy. It's a Mexican movie. It's in Spanish.
Those Mexican films.
Yeah, it's
So
hardcore.
They're all crazy.
Yeah, and then I bought a bike for the pump track, and I went to the pump track, which is all like 10-year-olds who can fucking shred. So you feel like they're so much better than you. And then their dads are like my age or a little bit older. And their dads are usually just watching, but sometimes they'll do the pump track. But then I don't have a kid, so I'm like, But I went when my nephew was with me, so
There you go.
that
It's
kind
like
of
a surrogate
served that
kid.
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
And then right next to it is the skate park, and that's all high schoolers. Nobody wears helmets. I just want to yell at them like, "Wear a helmet, you bastards! You'll smash your head in." And but yeah, the pump track is freaking super fun. I don't know if you guys know what it is. It's like Excite Bike, where you have a bike. It has no shocks deliberately, no gears, just like two wheels, fucking piece of metal. And when you go downhill, you got to push as hard as you can, and that will accelerate you. And you go up, and you go downhill, and you're just like you're like on a railroad, like doing this, just pushing on your bike. And then you're like going like around curves and woo!
This is outside?
Yeah.
Isn't it
It's,
cold?
Yeah, it's a little cold, but it's not. I don't know. It's not super cold winter day. You wear a sweatshirt and gloves or whatever. You're good.
Wow. What a life.
And, yeah, and then so that was sweet. And then here I'll screen share real fast. Real quick too, I wanted to share. Jared posted some new art that I'd seen some of this behind the scenes, but a lot of this is new, and it looks really sweet. So I just kind of want to share it with everyone. But as we've been working on Hotel Story, he's working on his own long story that he's doing everything, and it's turning out really sweet. It's like anthro adventure kind of thing, but these are the pages for that.
Ooh.
And
I like the palette.
yeah, he's got real good instincts with the coloring and stuff. It won't really let me zoom in, but
Yeah, it's pretty dope. I like that.
yeah. So
Yeah,
it's at Housatosis or Housatosis. Anyone on chat, if you haven't followed Jared yet, I recommend it. He's my collaborator on Hotel Story, which in 2025, Hotel Story Part 2 will come out and complete the story, so we're both stoked on that. But I'm also stoked on just Jared's project. It's really fun seeing it come to fruition. And yeah, he says looking forward to putting out new stuff in 2025.
Did he say how long the book's gonna be? I want to read something really long that he does.
Yeah. It's gonna be pretty long, but this is just part 1. So I think he
Okay.
might get part 2 and 3 done also though, and it might be like a 6-part thing. It'll be like a pretty full long graphic novel, which is definitely exciting. Have you read the Obel from him, Jake? I can't remember.
No, I don't.
The
I don't.
Obel, it's not super long. It's like 48 pages, and you can read it pretty fast. But that one's great. I highly recommend that to anyone who wants to
Okay.
partake.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know what any of my stuff is. I did find this finally.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, cool.
I
Yeah, I
have
got an
all-
email from a random dude. He's like, I've been watching your channel, learning a lot about writing, really stoked on it. I want to buy all your comics. Where can I get them? And I was like, oh, my YouTube channel's working a little bit then.
It's good.
I still only do the
Hey.
frickin' live streams, so I've been trying, when I get a little more time in February, I'm going to try and do what you guys do. But Pauline Kael, you know, I always share tweets from her, but she's got a new banger, and it says, "Those who worry about the supposed division between emotion and intellect never leave one in doubt about which side they're on." So we talked about this before. We were when we did our whole warm versus cool stories, you know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, so that's like what she's talking about. But that's funny. I think she's kind of roasting the extremists, which
Sure.
you know, I don't know
Yeah.
who is. Like I may be one. So she's roasting
Well-
me a little bit. I feel attacked, but it's still a great tweet. And it applies to like everything. Like it applies to Republicans and Democrats.
Yeah.
Like if you just sub it out, it like totally
Yeah.
fits. But
No, isn't well. This is like saying, "Oh, I'm a big brain redditor and I don't have feelings. Feelings are for people who don't watch Rick and Morty, right?" Isn't she criticizing them? Like some people think to be smart and in intellect, they have to not consider emotion and be really like, where's the word? Objective.
yeah, but it's too. I think it's like different people will read into it differently. It like reveals about yourself whether or not you feel attacked, which side you're on when you read this tweet.
Yeah, it's just you're showing your hand when you are complaining about.
Yeah, because
Sure.
I'm definitely like a little bit more on the cold side. I think we've talked about this, but and yeah. So when she says that, I'm like, shit, she's making fun of me, and I could just do both and shut the fuck up about it. Or whatever.
Yeah, like when you
Everybody
share
talks too much.
that tweet instantly reminded me of this tweet that I'm sharing, Phil.
Yeah, I put up because I'm done. So yeah, moving on.
Ooh.
It's Neil deGrasse Tyson. The universe is blind to our sorrows and indifferent to our pains. Have a nice day. And then Neil, good old classic Norm.
Yes.
Mhm.
Neil, there is a logic flaw in your little aphorism that seems quite telling. Since you and I are part of the universe, then we would also be indifferent and uncaring. Perhaps you forgot, Neil, that we are not superior to the universe, but merely a fraction of it. Nice day indeed.
Yeah.
He's saying, like, if we're part of the universe and we care, then clearly the universe cares. And
Yeah.
this Neil, this is like two different sides of that novel. Your tweet. This is like two different people who fall on different sides, right?
I guess in this case, I definitely want to side with Norm. I hate Neil deGrasse Tyson. So
Well, Norm's on the warm side.
yeah. Well, I mean, like, I don't know if I'd even do that warm and cool. Like, warm and cool is like Stanley Kubrick or like frickin' Tom Hanks movies, you know? And actually, if you go to the extremes, like even Stanley Kubrick could be considered extreme. And I think she didn't like Stanley Kubrick. I don't know if that's true, but the extreme of emotion, they call it syrupy. Have you guys heard of syrupy?
Syrupy, like maple
Syrupy?
syrup.
You mean
Yeah,
saccharin?
Yeah,
I
like
haven't heard that.
saccharin, syrupy, like hallmarky. Like there's all these negative terms,
Oh.
and you can picture it. You're like, oh yeah, it's possible
Sappy.
to like go too far down that road or whatever.
Really makes you think.
I mean, Norm even rhymes with warm, and Neil deGrasse Tyson rhymes with
Neil rhymes with cold. Yeah,
His
exactly.
name just
Warm.
gives you a feeling of coldness. Yeah.
Yeah, real ass
yeah, up the
Tyson.
ass Tyson.
Real ass Tyson.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for the
This
quote.
was a
Up the
great
ass Tyson.
discussion.
Thanks for the quotes.
I do have two things to share super quick, Phil. We don't. Phil's like he made a slideshow and everything, and we're over
It's
an hour
been an
in.
hour.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse asshole. Neil the asshole Tyson. Okay,
Real the ass.
basically, because the last episode I think was the Connell closeout. There are two things that I forgot to share, and I think two people are in the audience who did them.
Ooh. All right. Am I sharing this? Here we go.
So Tentacle Pentacle did some really awesome
Yes.
Connell fan art.
Tentacle's awesome.
Look at that. That is so cool.
I don't.
He drew
think
the
there's
main
any-
character there sitting on the table facing us with blue hair.
Yeah. She's looking good.
Very
yeah.
nice.
Oh yeah, she's over here. Wait a minute.
Oh, dude, he's freaking jacked out of his mind.
Oh, that's cool.
So much work went into this. Like, yeah, there she is. She even has Phil. He even drew her with a top on, so you don't have to worry about your channel.
Hell yeah.
The
But
color palette is really nice.
Yeah.
You're gonna get fan art before the book is out. Awesome.
I'm
I don't
very
think
grateful.
I don't think I've seen this whole thing. This is awesome.
Yeah, like so many characters are in it. Like he put a lot of work. I'm very grateful, Pentacle. I am very sorry that I didn't bring it up on the closeout because it deserved to be. So I apologize.
I forgot as well. So, man,
yeah, it's so good to see him around again and making more art. He did. I mean, back in the day, he would do Magic Cop fan art. So dope. I just love his style. So angly. So cool.
Yeah. I'm very, very grateful. So yeah, awesome job. Also, Alvaro did he for the same around the closeout. So I'm sorry that I didn't bring it up. He did a Connell. It looks pretty cool.
Hey,
look at this guy.
He's so happy.
Look at this fucking guy. So thank you very much for that fan art too. I don't know if you're in the audience, but yeah. And also like you joined the ranks of like Zombie Boy. He did a fan art a while ago. Sorry if I've forgotten anyone else.
Jake's just here being ungrateful to his fans. Yeah,
that's it. I just wanted to make sure I got those in during today to say thank you.
Of course. Yeah, fan art is the dopest. So cool. All right. Shall we get into the topic? The first of the year, first show of the year topic, going back to the roots, PowerPoint style. If at any time you guys want to check out any of our works, the links are down below in the description. Shout out the show on social media and let people know we're finally starting to talk about villains. Thank you for being here. Hey, Jose is in the chat. What's up, Jose? Happy New Year, brother.
What's up, Jose?
Hello.
He's always posting stuff all the time. Awesome to see his work.
Ask Jose, have you seen The Coffee Table, a Mexican movie?
Oh my God.
Okay,
I don't think
continue. Wait, let's wait for Jose to respond. Everyone just wait for a second.
Jose, tell us if you know the plot or not so we can recite the plot for you.
Look, Lego, his fingers on the button, so he's about to leave here. Oh, he says, "Yeah, it sucks."
I know. I wish you would have warned me, Jose.
Yeah, this looks like Jose is on team Norm.
Yeah. The Coffee Table or El Mariachi, which I started watching. There you go. Look, watch El Mariachi instead. This guy's reading my mind.
Nice.
I literally
what
watched that
Phil's
last time.
doing.
Oh yeah.
The quintessential Mexican movie.
Yes. Man, it is so low budget. It's ridiculous. All right, let's get in this. Villains, guys. We're talking about villains. Look at these guys. They're two villains. So I've been deep diving into character and villain. Yeah. You laughing at Simpy?
Yes.
Yeah,
I
everybody
look
knows
forward
about
to this
Simpy.
presentation.
You got everybody knows about Simpy. Hold on. If you guys don't know what Simpy means, we're gonna have Mr.
Well, if it
Scott
isn't the
Steiner.
Simps.
It explains.
You come out here and try to get the sympathy of the people, but you don't get my sympathy at all.
Simpy man.
I thought it was a spin-off of Sims, but it's just sympathy.
That's right. Sympathy. Well, these
like
aren't
retard.
simps. There's just it didn't look good when I wrote the full word out. So
Too many letters. All right.
too many letters. Yeah, so I've been watching a lot of videos on character development and villains, especially. And this idea keeps coming up where some viewers think that pure evil characters are very one note, and sympathetic characters that have an arc to them are better than those characters, or vice versa. I literally watched in the same day a video that used the same character as an example for it being a pro and of just being a pure evil character, and that was a good thing. And then another video of that same character saying it was a con. So we'll go through some of those characters. I think the next slide is just kind of like examples. And if you guys on the panel have examples or characters, villains in your stories that you've worked on that would fit into these categories, let me know. But over here on the left, the villain, they're the evil, pure evil villains. You got guys like Voldemort. I would categorize as Darth Vader in the first trilogy would be like a pure evil, iconic villain. We'll get into the breakdown of that. And then I put this character at the bottom here for Jake.
What is the Lich's motivations?
Exactly. He's just evil.
No, but I genuinely don't know what the Lich's motivations are in Adventure Time. Do you?
No, I watched a video and they cited him as being a pure evil villain. And a lot of episodic shows have villains like that. Because the motivations of the villains aren't the important part of the story that you're telling.
Yeah, because if it was, you'd have to set it up every episode. That would be too much.
Yeah. So that specific video, it's cited that Adventure Time Lich guy and Katz or Mr. Katz from Courage the Cowardly Dog, and a lot of those
the He-Man guy,
Skeletor. Yeah, he's just evil and he wants power.
Cobra Commander.
Oh, for sure. And they're definitely more they have less depth than these sympathetic characters, but there's a bunch of pros to them as well.
Oh, though in the G.I. Joe movie, Cobra Commander gets like betrayed and like thrown in a river, and then you follow him for a while, and it's like super awesome. He gets all simpy from me.
In the live action movie, right?
No, in the cartoon.
Oh, really? That happened there too? All right, cool. Bill, have you watched / read Monster? Are you
talking about the manga?
Or is he talking about that serial killer chick movie with that South African?
No, he's talking about
no,
the ingredients on the back.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Oh, no, I don't
Staring
drink
into
that.
the sun.
That's satanic, so I don't drink.
Satanic.
Gotta get my daily devil juice in me.
Yeah. JP's in the chat. What's up, JP? He says Thanos is sympathetic according to psychotic Redditors. Yeah, a lot of people. But I mean, they kind of tried to make him into like this eco guy in the new films. In the comics, like he's literally a simp, not even Simby. He's simping for death, which we talked about a couple of weeks ago. He's trying to win Death's love and affection by killing half of the universe.
Yeah, which is kind of better. I'm trying to think if we thought it was worse or better. It's better.
No, yeah. I like that. I mean, that runs awesome. The Jim Starlin stuff is great. Dale says, feel better, add Hitler to this graphic. Oh my God. DLA.
So you see the next
Controversial. Phil would put him in the middle.
Where would you put him?
Where would-
slide. You have a extra sympathetic.
You
and
run a
it's the next
poll?
slide.
Yeah, there should be a new section made just for Hitler, which is like past simpy. It's like extra simpy.
Extra?
He
So,
was
so
simpy until
Really
he
a
wasn't.
villain?
oh yeah, so and then on Simpy we got Two-Face, right? He's of two minds. He has a tragic accident happens to him who turns him into this villain. Mr. Freeze for sure. Mr. Freeze before the 90s animated series was just like a campy bank robber villain from the super old comics. And then once Paul Dini came in to revamp the character, made him this very tragic, sympathetic character who's not doing any of his crimes for power or fame or money. He's doing it because of the loss of his wife and trying to bring her out of this cryostasis and to cure her, which is very, very amazing.
Very simpy.
Very simpy.
You
Extra
have to,
simpy.
you
What a
have to
simp.
pull up Raiden Radio's last comment.
Hitler did kill Hitler. That was a murderer, right?
Oh. Mhm.
So
From villain to
Redemption arc for
yeah, redemption. If you believe that really happened,
he probably was a simp though for that
Eva
chick,
Braun.
right? Eva, yeah. Eva Braun.
okay. I wanna propose a little riddly poo for this.
Edward Nigma.
How intrinsic are you linking the concepts of villain and antagonist?
I
Because
mean,
are we gonna say villainy is like doing bad shit, or
Yeah.
is the villain just the antagonist? Because an antagonist could be non-villainous and they just
Right.
become an obstacle, right?
Right now, I'm saying villain as villain. So I mean, like the villain could be the protagonist if he's a villain. Yeah.
So Walter White is a villain.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, I guess. I mean, I've never seen that show. So.
He's a very simpy villain.
Is he simpy?
He's simpy. He have cancer,
right.
therefore he's simpy.
Yeah. They're not mutually exclusive, antagonist and villains. And it's like, I mean, I haven't read. You've read Nemesis, right, Pear?
yes.
Nemesis is the protagonist of that series.
Yeah.
And he's a
It's like
villain.
Evil Dead though. It got rebooted. So there's Nemesis 1, Nemesis 2, which is almost like a reboot of Nemesis 1.
Yeah.
And then Nemesis 3 is like that is big game, and then there's Nemesis then there's the new Nemesis is like part 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
When Nemesis Reloaded.
The reason why I bring up the difference between like villain and antagonist is because like I would guess that making a good antagonist is like a different strategy than making a good villain, right? Like a good antagonist, no matter what, you would just want to get the audience to hate them. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe. Like I imagine a really good antagonist, whenever they appear on the screen, you know they're just gonna cause a huge setback or obstacle for not only the hero, but for like you, the reader. You know what I mean? Like if you're going along with the hero and you feel like progress has been made, and now you see the antagonist, like you're gonna face a huge setback.
Right.
Like, but is that must be different to how you make a good villain? Which is that just making them as evil as possible? Like what would you say is peak villainry? Is it just being as evil as fuck?
Well, it depends on what you're going for, because if you're going, like, you look at a lot of manga kind of archetypal storytelling, is you have someone that's a villain at the start have a redemption and join the protagonist, you know, which we see with Zuko in The Last Airbender. JW brings up a good point here. The Fugitive is a good example of a non-villainous antagonist. The antagonist is if I'm correct, Tommy Lee Jones he's like an FBI guy, right?
Oh yeah.
And the main character is on the run, and he's being accused of some crime he didn't commit. That's just like the cop is the antagonist, but he's not a villain. He's trying to do things by the book, and he doesn't know that the guy's innocent.
So I think, yeah, a lot of I've been looking into how Miyazaki's storytelling is really different than especially the average Western story. And he tends to not have villains, he tends to have antagonists that not only have complex motivations but aren't even evil. It's just that they're the effects of the actions they take to forward their goals are in contrast to the protagonist's goals, and probably most people would be more sympathetic to the protagonist, so it's kind of more teeters on the line of, well, what do most people of our age morally lean towards? It's not that they're objectively evil, but if the separation between a villain and an antagonist is, are they actually evil by pair?
No.
I don't, is that like, what is the separation there? Because there's a large overlap, but they're not synonyms.
Between villain and antagonist?
Yeah, like, is
Well,
it
the
just
antagonist antagonist is not always a villain. It's the kid. It's the force that is getting in the way of the protagonist's wants and needs, or goals and objectives. The protagonist could be a villain if you're writing a story like The Joker, which is by Brian Azzarello, or the book Nemesis we just talked about, and then also the protagonist. Could the protagonist also be the antagonist if it's like they're drug addicted or something? I don't know. I mean, supposedly you could do that. I think they're all could be interchangeable, but I don't think a villain is always an antagonist, or an antagonist is always a villain.
True, a protagonist could be villainous. How about, I mean, maybe I'm just getting stuck in, in definition land, but a villain
It's Jake's
is
fault.
a character. It
Well, no,
is, but I think
I have an
okay. I think it's important to establish that, and it's interesting to think about. A villain maybe is the character who at their core is anti-humanistic. So, for example, I really love Princess Mononoke, and the antagonist of Princess Mononoke is Lady Eboshi. She's the antagonist, and the main characters hate her. Well, Ashaka doesn't, San does. But anyways, but she's not anti-humanistic. She's just antagonistic to nature and at odds with the main characters. And people who are environmentalists would be sympathetic to the protagonist. But Lady Boshi is doing what she thinks is best for her people, and she's taking care of her people. So I don't think she's a villain. And I don't even think Zuko is a villain. I think he's an antagonist because he's not at his core evil.
Because what you're giving me thoughts. Maybe a villain is just a character that acts antithetically to the supposed moral good of the world the story takes place in. And a sympathetic villain is someone who appears to be in opposition to the supposed moral good, like rules of the world you present, but maybe has a more convincing argument or provides like a reason why they do it that makes you think. They make you question what is the moral good in the world that's presented in the story. Phil is dead inside now.
I think that it's more about what is the moral judgment of the viewer in this case is more important than the morality in the world. Because you have stories where the characters aren't trying to uphold morals as established in their world. the world has a different set of morals than our real world, and the protagonists are trying to influence their fantasy, universe to a different morality, and the villains, to them, uphold what is considered normal in their world. For example, you could have a story where, well, I don't know, like eating babies and baby paste, I've been hanging out with Allie too much, is normal, and that's morally acceptable in their world, but the protagonists are fighting against that or some shit like that,
Well, I got another example. Oh, the example just left my head. Okay, no, here's an example. Okay, so this is why I think a villain is just something who is in opposition to the supposed moral line of the world in the story. Because, like, so in a lot of fantasy, people can go out and, like, just if a bandit attacks them, they can just kill the bandit, right? Like, but in our actual world, you would just consider that murder. In fantasy, there's like
no self-defense.
There's a.
Oh wait,
I'm saying in a fantasy setting, people are a lot more okay with killing than I think a regular person in our world would be. But they wouldn't be a villain.
No,
because
wouldn't.
In their world, that's normal, right? Phil hasn't listened to anything we've said in the last 10 minutes, by the way.
No, he's just looking at chat, waiting for this to pass. Okay, let's. I think we have an general understanding. Let's move on.
Yeah, we all know what villains are, right?
Jake's trying to excuse Luigi. He didn't. If you think
the man has a six-pack,
I will say, I think the intent. Really the whole reason people like him is like 90% of the reason is because he's photogenic. That's it. Anyways, intent does matter a lot.
I like him because he's a CIA asset.
In villain, the definition between
a lot of that going around this week.
Let's move on.
But Phil, I know you weren't Phil, I know you weren't listening, but
I was listening.
Okay. The villain is simply in opposition to the supposed moral good of the world that the story presents. Would you agree?
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, to an extent. I mean, like, what if you made a story about West Germany, in the 40s, and the protagonist is a Nazi soldier, and he's trying to kill Allied soldiers. Who's the villain there? I don't know. I've never read or wrote any of that stuff. But, I mean, I'm not really getting into the difference between villains and antagonists. I'm just exploring the ones that are non-changing, don't really have a moral arc to them, and ones that do. And because a lot of people are like, oh, characters have no depth. Pear, welcome back.
Hey, my internet died. It's a bummer. It's been doing that the past week.
Wish I was you, man. The is he frozen again? Oh. All right. Anyways, all right, let's go to the next slide, shall we? Did I freeze?
No. Everything no. But if you've gone to the next slide, it hasn't.
Here we go. All right, sympathetic villains. And there's Zuko there, Prince Zuko. Because I think at one point in the series he was a villain. And this is the thing too, like villains can become, and often do in a lot of stories and manga stories, good guys over time. Even Magneto has, and we'll get into that too. Magneto was the X-Men's biggest villain for decades, and he at one point became the leader of the X-Men. So I would definitely say Magneto's a villain. All right, sympathetic villains, human motivations. A lot of their motivations are very emotionally based. They were scorned at some time, and they devoted their life of getting back at that person or they don't have something that they think they need, and they resent the world for not having that thing. Or they've been corrupted by power. But these characters oftentimes have remorse and can be redeemed. They're redeemable characters. They reflect how extreme the human condition can go. And if you were pushed to the brink, and I mean, Jordan Peterson talks about this all the time, and when he's talking about the shadow and how deep the human heart could grow black, you know, how evil it can become. And he talks about the Nazis in that, you know, in that way as well. It's like that is the extreme that man can be pushed to. But oftentimes are foils or mirrors to the protagonist or to the hero, and can help and contrast the character in those ways. If you look at a bunch of different comic book characters, and we've talked about mirror characters in the past, and foils, which would be similar characters that just go down, make different choices down different paths, and come out on the opposite end of the coin that way. And often these characters do redeem themselves in a tragic way, and because their life has been reflected as a tragedy, and acts as a warning. If you go down this path, you can go to these extremes as well. So these characters usually have complex motivations. Simpy. Let's see what people are saying here. So what do you think about Zuko, Irene? Because I think he was the villain in the first couple seasons, right? And then there were consequences to that because he was a villain and thought one certain way. People had preconceived notions about him and treated him a certain way, even though his heart has changed, you know, and he had grown.
I'll say, yeah, I guess his motivations. Okay. So his motivations, I have been viewing, well, is a character and villain based on their motivations, but maybe that's not really the best definition. So his motivations are not evil, but I agree that he is a villain, and it's because he does things that he knows are harmful to other people, are anti-humanistic, and he continues anyways because he's that motivated to impress his father, but he knows what he's doing isn't great. So it is the knowing that what they're doing is antisocial, is evil, and continuing anyway regardless of their motivations. So sure, yeah. And I did yes, I heard what Phil said. I was just fucking with my audio.
Oh, okay, cool.
I get what you're saying, Phil. You're saying that there's a series of the villain as a trope has a bunch of features that come up more commonly. And so to create the feeling of what a villain character is, these are like the things you can give to that character to make them feel like a villain.
Yeah, because I mean, this would be, I mean, it's totally different from just a pure evil villain who, like the Joker, who never changes, and he's so famous for being that chaotic force. And that, I mean, outside creators have changed that, which then I mean, for me, makes me scoff at that. Like when anybody tries to give the Joker a backstory, it doesn't work for me because it takes away that mystique. But that is not wrong, because you have characters like this who are complex and have that built into their story arc. I think there is need and use. I think there's need for both types of those villains in a story, and you could use them in different ways in different stories to embellish things about your hero and show off different aspects of humanity and heroism.
Yeah, I see some discussion in the comics entertainment space, whatever, about are sympathetic villains or better than just pure black and white villains, and are purely heroic characters somehow outdated,
For sure.
or should they be brought back? I really think the actual problem is people, I think this is what you're saying as well, people aren't doing what's best for the story, because the question goes beyond, well, which type of villain is better, which type of hero is better. It's what fits your story more. What are you trying to say with your story?
Yeah.
And pick the kind of villain and build the kind of villain and hero that suits the message of, your IP. And that's the real question.
Yeah.
And people are trying to force it in different direction, and it doesn't work in some
Yeah.
cases.
Yeah, it seems like the pure evil villain seems like for a while felt outdated to a lot of people, where it's like, oh, it's one note. There was a time, probably like, I don't know, probably 15 years ago, where everybody was making a villain that was sympathetic, that you could see his point of view and be like, oh, if I was in that circumstances, maybe I'd turn evil and stuff like that. And then now it's kind of reversing, and people don't want to have sympathy for the evil villain. They want a good versus evil, like classic archetypal clash. And it's funny how it's cyclical like that. And even to the point where we're getting characters reverting back to that state, or changing from being pure evil, and then creators making them into sympathetic characters, like we were talking about with Joker or Thanos. Camel has a good point. I think the key element is most villains don't think they're villains. So that, like, these kind of like sympathetic characters would definitely be, and we've heard it so many times in the past 15 years of every villain is a hero of their own story, right? And that's like that trope, an interesting perspective to look at things. I don't think that is totally true in every case, because you look at like James Bond villains, and that's a trope within itself, and it has just, those words have a stigma to them, where it's like, oh, these are just maniacal guys that want to take over the world because they have so much power and money. And
you can have fun with a straight up villain, like a Disney style villain, like Hercules, Hades, Ursula, it's like people, Palpatine, people who just fucking love being evil, and they're having an amazing time being a fucker, and they don't want to change. They don't give a fuck about like what you think. Like that's kind of fun. Like if you just, there's the way of having a fun villain that isn't just like, oh, they're super evil and what a horrible person. And you love those Disney villains. They're fun.
Yeah, I think that, and I think they have a lot of style to them, and that is what makes people latch on to the character. And you don't feel sorry for them. They're very arrogant. They know they're the villain, which is interesting at that point too.
I want to write a villain who isn't sympathetic, but is presenting themselves as having a reason for being the way they are.
Oh yeah, like super manipulative.
But deep down, they just want to fuck with the world. That would be fun.
I want to write a villain that presents themselves as sympathetic and pretty much deceives the viewer into thinking that they think they're sympathetic, but then it turns out that they've just been bullshitting the whole time, and they don't even believe their own sympathetic story. Like they give like different backstories for their motivation two different characters at different points of the story, right? Like,
the Joker.
a villain that constantly reels off their dark backstory, but every single one of them is a fucking lie, and they only say it to manipulate the sympathy out of the hero in that situation, like pure manipulation.
Yeah.
That's real world shit right there.
Heath Ledger would do that. Like, he had the multiple backstories for his Joker. Camel asks, Phil, would you consider Vader an old school evil villain or a sympathetic one? Vader is super interesting because if you look at just the first original trilogy, he is that all evil force. You get tiny glimpses and ideas of his backstory through rumor of what Ben Kenobi was saying about him. But he's ultimately redeemed because he saves his son, sacrifices himself. So you could have that. I would say contained in those films, he's a pure evil character that is redeemed. But if you zoom out and look at it and include the prequels, there's always darkness in him, but he is corrupted, and it's very tragic. I could see the argument being for overarching story of him being a sympathetic character, but ultimately he's a cuck. So there you go. Thank you, Admiral Wackes. Appreciate
somebody in chat on one point said, I know you guys don't know FMA, but someone mentioned Scar from FMA being a very good sympathetic villain, and I agree. It's not a huge spoiler, but Scar is a character who is a villainous alchemist, but his reasons for being basically this rogue like self-taught alchemist, not really self-taught, but spoiler, so I won't say, who's trying to like take the government down and hates the government and all that stuff. He's essentially a terrorist. His reasons are because his race is a minority in the setting of the story that's been persecuted by the government, and he's lost his family to the government. So he comes up in strong opposition to the main characters, but his reasonings are completely understandable, and he's a really good character.
Cool. I'll have to watch that. Scar's an awesome name. All right, let me pull up. Where is it here? This one? All right. Pure evil villains. It basically just, in my opinion, what this means. The motivations are not really either known or based on emotion. Usually it's based on power, the hunger for chaos, wealth. They're a force of nature rather than human. Like, you don't really see humanity in these characters because they're beyond human. There's no remorse, almost psychopathic, or most of the time psychopathic with these characters. Irredeemable. There's no changing arc to them. They're evil for being evil. We talked about like these James Bond villains, these very classic superhero villain type characteristics, and they're meant to have an extreme contrast with the hero. So these guys are so bad that your hero is going to seem more moral and heroic because of the bad things that these people are doing. Like I said, it's more of like a force of nature. And the way Darth Vader is presented is like that. I mean, I put Darkness from Legend in here, and he's like the ultimate evil. I mean, he wants to kill unicorns, for God's sake, and break their horns off of them. What's more evil than that?
He's another horny. The horny.
I like that. What? Sorry, I talked over you. Can you turn the volume up? I like the definition of force of nature, because honestly, I don't particularly like villains that are just evil for evil's sake. I had thought they were kind of cartoony, but when they are a force of nature, that is a lot of fun. And they can be so all powerful and so unreasonable that presents a real challenge for your protagonist, that it makes the story interesting. So I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, and I would not put Camel says Magneto is red pill. That's why he's always more interesting than Blue Pill Xavier. Yeah, I would say Magneto is has lots of depth to him, and has been redeemed, but has also gone back to being a villain. You know, he's had these full circle stuff. He's doing what he's doing for a reason, and it's not for all power and to take over the world. The unicorns had it coming. You could always tell how evil a character is by how effeminate they are. Interesting. Yeah. Or look at Ozymandias from The Watchmen. He's the antagonist. Is he a villain? You guys familiar with the?
Of course, he's a villain.
He's a villain. He's killed millions of people, right?
Kill a whole bunch of people. Not only killed them, but so I think, look, killing people pretty bad. Tricking the entire planet into thinking aliens exist just so you can manipulate them into getting along.
He's villainous.
Potentially more evil. Like, that's deciding other people's view on reality. That's like forcing the issue on, do you believe something? It's manipulating
but to
people.
Save billions.
Kill millions, save billions.
Yeah, I mean that is an aspect. That's like a lot of people after the first Black Panther film came out. They're like, that guy, what's his name? Something Monger? No.
Killmonger.
Killmonger? It was Killmonger. Everyone's like, oh, Killmonger. He's got a point. So I mean, he's more of a complex villain as well. And I would say Ozymandias would be, it's not really sympathetic. I don't feel for the guy, but I understand his point of view. I think it's not the way to go about it. Very villainous. Who brought up a good point? Oh, Maroni brought up Rasputin. I actually thought of him. I didn't pull a JPEG of Rasputin, but yeah, Rasputin from Hellboy. That guy's just a pure evil villain, you know. As was real Rasputin. Unkillable.
Massive dick, though.
Yeah, weird guy. Apparently so.
So they say, you know.
Yeah, they put his dick in like a cylindrical jaw. If anyone, put in your will a request that if my dick ever have be on show in museum, placed in cylindrical jaw, it bends the light, it makes anything in it look bigger.
Yeah.
Looks like a giant sprig of ginger in that jaw.
Oh my god. Ginger dog.
I really needed that imagery. Thank you.
Ginger dog. TC says the whole X-Men team were villains for a while during the Krakoa era. There's a lot of mixed feelings about that stuff. Daly says Save Billions and Watchmen was a false choice because it was written in the Cold War. Surprise, we didn't nuke each other in the Cold War in real life. Alan Moore was a fearmonger. All right.
Yeah. Ozymandias was just ye of little faith.
Yeah.
He didn't believe in the human race.
Mm-hmm.
Admiral Wacker says Jake is intimidated by Rasputin's warty penis. There is such a thing too big, you know.
Taking notes on how to preserve Jake's dick. TC's coming for you. All right, next slide. I wish Pear was here. You know,
emphasis on the coming.
What a discussion. Where did Pear go?
His internet trashed, and then he came to tell us, and then he froze and then left again.
Okay.
Sad about
it. His internet was a villain until it killed itself.
Oh, well. Sympathetic. All right. Villain. Now, this is something that I thought of while I was researching this stuff or, you know, watching a bunch of videos. Villain focus. Both in my conclusion, and this isn't the conclusion. This is not the final panel. in my conclusion, both types are useful depending on the type of story you're telling. Like you were saying, Irene. The sympathetic character explores more of the darkness of man and the paths humans could go down, kind of tales of warning. And those stories are gonna have to be more about the villain than in a pure evil villain type story. Because you're gonna have to explain that backstory, what got that character to the tipping point, and then going down the path of evil. Pure evil characters test the limits, I think, more of your hero head on to that villainy. Like I said, the darker the villain and the evil is, the more contrast it'll make with your hero. But I mean, you could do a lot of different things with that. If your hero is trying to save that bad guy, turn them to good, and maybe it works, maybe it works for a little bit and they go back to it. There's so much you can do with those, but I don't think one is better than the other. I just, like you said, Irene, what is your goal for this story and your hero? Hey, Pear's back.
Hey, start over.
So the difference between villain and antagonist.
No, I never used the word
you
antagonist.
see,
I've never said
matters
it.
about a
I
villain.
know. Phil, I apologize for ruining part of your presentation by
I
even
don't
bringing
know.
that up.
I can continue if you want.
You can tell as soon as the conversation went in the direction, he was like, "This is the one thing I didn't want to happen."
I was dying inside.
That's the best parts, Pear. But I was basically saying the difference between pure evil villains who don't have really deep motivations or backstory, that are more forces of natures that don't change. They're just there to either wreak havoc or be defeated by a hero, and contrasting them very well. Or stories that are more involved with sympathetic villains who have an arc to them. Maybe you see the point that they change their path to darkness, and maybe it ends in tragedy, or they come out of that darkness with the help of the hero.
So legit villain, person who do bad stuff, and you go, sympathetic villain, person who did bad stuff, and you go, oh,
Exactly.
Great summary.
Exactly.
he froze again.
No, did he freeze?
He froze again.
Frozen.
I thought he was just thinking.
He's
my God.
pondering. Let's just leave this up for the rest of the show.
Damn. All right. Wow. JW, great example. Freddy Krueger is definitely a force in nature. Seemingly always was a bad guy. I think in one of them they tried to make it like sympathetic, where he was wrongly accused, but still ultimately a force in nature character. Black Mantis from Aquaman does have depth to him. I think his family was murdered. Let's see. Sympathetic villain like Doc Ock. Let's say Doc Ock. Doc Ock. Yeah, Doc Ock. They did him really well in the Spider-Man game. That big PlayStation one from a few years back.
Doc Ock the cock block. Every time Peter gonna get some, he just turns up.
Yeah, I hate when that happens. Yeah, it's that Spectrum Internet. Let Phil tell you his opinion on Georgina Floyd. There's enough memes going around there. You guys could find them.
You just said original George Floyd. He didn't do the gender swapped Georgina.
Well,
Georg.
I had it on my mind. Spider-Man's teacher and mentor. Yeah, Doc Ock. Yeah, that was good in that. So this is what I think is the misuses and how people change the character. Obviously, no one can think of original ideas, so they just keep going to the well with these big corporations. So they're going to write these characters to death. Finding depth in pure evil characters. So you have a character like the Joker, who is a psychopathic, chaotic, pure evil character, and giving him an actual backstory, making him more of a sympathetic character. I think, in my opinion, the Joker film with Joaquin Phoenix could have been a totally different film, not called The Joker, and it would have worked on its own. So there didn't need to be any connection to that character, and ultimately tried to change it in this kind of other universal way, like a Elseworlds storytelling thing. Wasn't for me. Didn't enjoy the fact that it was connected to the Gotham lore. But I mean, you see that all the time trying to do this. And I put an example here, Granny Goodness. All right, Granny Goodness is a Jack Kirby character from his fourth world, Darkseid. She worked under Darkseid as this war general who had this team of killer femme fatales, the female Furies. And she was like this dictator, fascist kind of character. And then they did a story arc probably 10 years ago when it was all about the female Furies. And they gave her this sob backstory where you could see her over here on the left. That's supposed to be the same version of the character, younger. She's like hip and hot, and she gets sexually abused by Darkseid, giving her a solidified story of why she's so evil, even though she still works under him for decades until she's old like that. And it really changed the character and made it something that it wasn't meant to be, which I didn't appreciate. And that series was canceled. But if you do that, if you are used to these characters being pure evil forces of nature, and then you have this like sympathy for the devil aspect where people don't want to feel sorry for others that do these heinous, cruel things. I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
I will say something in argument for the Joker film being connected to Joker and not just its own thing. Like, I completely understand the ways it's super lame, but let's say you know things about Batman and those elements are always playing around in your head. It like creates another layer of interactivity or dramatic irony. Like the stuff you know about the IP and the characters and what you typically expect for them. So you are like observing things and those elements reframed in that film and thinking like, well, how is this going to be changed? How is that going to be changed? Maybe that's bad because it like overwrites what you should be thinking about in a film, but it can give you an extra layer to play with when you do that, which can be done well, can be done badly. But
yeah, I mean, I think it's, I think it's a standalone film, and Nail Bunny says it's the king of comedy. That if you ever seen the film The King of Comedy, it's basically that film. The similarities are ridiculous. Robert De Niro's in both of them. But it was a hit, and then the second one was a failure. That's what I heard.
Yeah, I like the first Joker film, but I think it's because I'm not a hardcore Batman reader, or hardly at all. So as a standalone film, I thought it was very good.
Yeah, they say he gets molested in the second one. In the Joker movie, he calls out society. He don't figure he was wrong. Calls out society. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. I mean, that's a lot of the popularity too, is they made this kind of super chaotic, crazy character who wants to see the world burn. Made it more of like a social ideology than a kind of one man force of nature, force of evil.
Well, no. Like, okay, in that Joker film, like he is supposed to be on medication, then he goes off it, right? And that's why he goes loopy. So, like, he is a force of nature because he's mentally ill, and he's just the I'm doing it because society bad is just fill in the blanks. Like he wanted to do that anyway. It's just that provides the reason, right? But then there's the whole layer of like society then sees him as some folk hero. Like we've talked about those in the show before, and it's like it's showing that the society can create folk heroes out of people. Like they would suppose what their motivations are, like like freaking Luigi's Mansion guy, right? Like a lot of people just project the motivation on him,
Yeah.
and turn that character into like folk hero, when like in this context he's just a mentally ill person
Right.
who's off his medication, so he's gonna kill, you know what I mean, in his.
And this is a good point too. Murray brings up the first movie was an unreliable narrator. That's what I got from it as well. That like last scene made me think of American Psycho, where you're not sure if everything you just watched happened, but then Joker 2 kind of solidifies that things did happen, and it kind of solidifies the backstory of the character. But that's why I think Joker's such a strong character. What you were saying, Jake, is like you want to do a character who is telling these lies about himself. Like that's Joker. Like he's done that before, and the attempts of solidifying the character could really hurt the mystique and the draw that character has to an audience.
I didn't watch Joker 2.
Me neither.
I like musicals though. I should have watched it.
What do you think of Wicked? Did you see Wicked?
Nah.
Me neither. That brings up a great point too. So just like the Joker, Wicked, right? The Wicked Witch of the West had a revisionist thing happen to it with the play Wicked, where in the original Wizard of Oz film, the Wicked Witch of the West is this force of nature evil chick that you know nothing about. She is the antagonist, she is the villain, and she's trying to get the slippers from the main character, and is doing all this bad stuff and getting in her path, right? In Wicked, it changes the whole narrative and makes the good witch out to be the nasty one, and you see the wicked witch dement and have to play this role of an evil character. So it kind of does that reversal and puts the sympathy for the wicked witch.
It's kind of like as if they did like a similar thing to Maleficent when they gave her a film.
Exactly, yes.
Maleficent
too, yeah.
Is Wicked in a connected universe with The Wiz?
That's
you think so, but I don't know.
Irene went ha sarcastically, but doesn't know what either of them are.
No, I don't.
Oh my god!
What?
It was a good joke. It was good.
Okay, I believe you. You should definitely, don't explain it. I wonder what. I guess I have to see the play because apparently the Wicked movie is horrible. Because I think usually when you try to reframe a villain as sympathetic or an unsympathetic villain as sympathetic, like what they do with Maleficent, that just messes up. The waters down the IP, but I guess the Wicked play did it well. So that's
I don't know. I also think it turns off a lot of the large fan base of people that hold the original near and dear, and we've seen this for the last 20 years of remakes and changes of beloved characters, and this is just another thing. The Maleficent thing, I thought the first Maleficent film with Angelina Jolie was an enjoyable story, but then again, I'm not a huge freaking Sleeping Beauty stan for the original old animated film, but that's where that comes from, right? That she was the pure evil Disney villain, and even someone in the chat says that's where we get it from, is Maleficent, and they did that. I think there was 2 Maleficent films, live action films, so I guess it did well. Let's see what people are saying here.
Oh, go on.
No, they drop a house on her sister. Yeah, but I mean, she is scorned. What were you gonna say, Jake?
You know, because you bring up the like shitty remakes where they like reframe everything and everything's in verse, and people can be like, they just want to ruin everything, which to some extent maybe, but you could just see it as that basic level creative, right? Like they just see, oh, we've got to make a remake. Well, how about instead I'll do this and this character's flipped. Like they're just trying to really clunkily basic creativity flip stuff just to do something new, not even like as a we need to socially remap the whole of society. It could be simply as uncreative morons are like, what can I do that's different? I know, I'll flip everything on its head, and then they end up making like a complete mess, and they're like, oopsie, like
got a point. It's kind of what's the term? Having your cake and eating it too, whatever. It's people who they want to appear as rebellious and really upturning things, but you're not creating anything new. You're just watering down an existing IP instead of having something to say.
Right, and at the same time standing on the backs of giants, because you have a built-in fan base of 50 years, and you're gonna get a bump of views off of those people, So it's kind of not going your own way and creating your own thing.
Although 40% of that does make a good point.
Let's see, say Jake. They just happen to make the exact same change every time accidentally.
Basic follows the basic follows the same path, right? I don't know. Mid is mid. Maybe you're right.
Camel wants the link to fill in for Pear. I have one what's it called? One slide left, but I mean, I guess I could. Let's see. The king has spoken. The goal isn't to create; it's to use known IPs as Trojan horses for subversion, for subversive social engineering. Exactly. That's what we want. Dale demands we bring in Camel.
Bring in the moon.
Now Alex will have to add him to the meme.
Poor Alex.
Yeah. Has Alex been in chat?
I hope so. He better be.
Well, he's
Or I
always
showed
here.
my T-shirt for no reason.
I trust that he will be here.
I almost sent the link to Alex. There we go.
It is pretty much a staple of the show anyway.
Yeah, Alex says he's here. Now Camel's going to come in, completely school us all.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'll mute him. Alex is here. All right, last panel, or not last panel, last was this slide? Last slide. I think this is the last one. Redemption. Redemption can come for either of these villain types. Often comes when the villain is given what they never had or have lost. And then they have a choice to make after that. I think, and I recently understood this. I watched a video that was talking about pure evil characters. And this guy here with the pink hair, anybody know who this is?
No. Who's that?
So and there's so many videos on this character. Welcome, Mr. King Camel Moon.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome, Will Valley. Welcome, Camel Mew.
Welcome.
I've been muning. That's why
You've been mewing?
Yeah, say mune, M-E-W-N.
You've had to push your chair pretty far back in the shot to fit your chin in the shot now.
Yeah, I'm a Chad. Chad.
Yes, people are saying you're a force of nature.
Yeah.
Pure evil.
You know, that mewing stuff.
Pure evil.
You're supposed to have your lower teeth behind your front teeth. So when people do that, are they like just putting the lower teeth in front? Are they having an underbite, or are they just pushing all their teeth forward?
Well, you don't keep it there. I'm not stupid. You just do it for a little bit, just to shut the jaw.
Do your lower teeth not sit behind your front teeth?
Mine, yes. Most people's do.
Most people, yeah, they do.
Mine do now.
Yeah, nobody really has their teeth sitting on top of their other teeth. unless
Yeah,
they're
Jake, your lower teeth sit in a jar next to you. That's what-
Yes. I rarely put them in. While I'm at work, I take the teeth out. It makes it easier.
Camel, what have you been thinking about in this conversation? Do you know the difference between an antagonist and a villain? Is basically what I want to know.
They're two completely different things, Phil.
I don't think they are. I think they're the same thing.
Oh, okay.
Here we go. Start all over again.
I thought you were gonna be on the different side of the fence.
No, I mean, whatever your opposition force is, and it's really, it kind of comes down to how dimensional you want it to be. So if you want it to be 3-dimensional, have a backstory. If you want it to be 2-dimensional, you won't have a backstory. I don't really think it's that much more complicated.
Do you agree,
Joseph?
Phil? No,
I wasn't even listening. The Pantaloon says the true villain cannot quench his thirst of hunger for power, physical or mental. It sounds like Camel.
Yeah.
Maybe you chose the wrong word with villain, and you should just put evil characters.
Yeah,
Because that's what
maybe.
that's what
just
your
simple
argument
as
against antagonist is. You're like, these guys
characters.
are evil, and here's the different kind of evils.
Evil doers.
Yeah,
I mean, because like if you're a hero and you have villains, aren't villains the villains' heroes?
Or don't you mean aren't heroes the villains? Villains?
Aren't heroes? Yes, thank you. That's what I meant to say.
You're welcome.
Well, that's why
No.
that's why I try to define villain as specifically people who knowingly perform anti-humanistic behavior, because that's a clear definition. It's not that's a definition independent of how the story frames each character's actions or what the story is trying to direct our sympathies towards.
I would say villains, their selfishness and needs and wants supersede anyone and any moral in their way.
So where would you put Ozymandias?
I would say he's a villain. Yeah, he's a villain.
And you think it's evil of him to create a giant vagina monster for a false attack to galvanize the world and keep them from nuclear annihilation? That's evil.
Yeah. Yeah, because he's killing millions of people.
this is why he's
But
a sympathetic.
if he didn't,
sympathetic.
but
I
if
wouldn't
he
say he's
didn't,
a complex villain. He's not sympathetic. I think his
But-
cause is sympathetic.
but if he didn't, then everyone would die.
You don't
See,
know
it's the
that.
train problem.
Also,
No,
we
he
don't
thinks
know
everyone will
that
die.
we don't know that the world didn't get nuked. There's no thing that says and the world was peaceful forever. That Alan Moore never says that.
He could have led the world to being nuked. Like that was the in real life, the world didn't get nuked yet. So he was wrong.
Not in this simulation, but
Do you guys know the train problem?
The trolley problem. Yeah, I would not pull any lever.
See, I feel like like you guys ever watch 24? Every episode of 24 was just the train problem. Every single episode. It was just, am I going to kill this guy to save this person, or are we going to let these people die so that the president can live? And that's, I think, a lot of times what like these big time villains usually just kind of boils down to. It's just like the guy who's willing to pull the lever.
Cam says all villains are antagonists, but not all antagonists are villains. Yeah, I would like to rewrite the every villain is the hero of their own story. I would say every antagonist is the protagonist of their own story. That's what it should be.
Yeah, protagonist and hero get confused a lot too.
Yeah.
You have a villainous hero. I'm just this concept of villainy. You should have just put evil doers, evil bad.
Oh,
bad
I'm not
guys.
the one with the issue.
Hmm.
What do you mean by evildoer?
Do you
What's
mean
the difference
antagonist?
between antagonist and evildoer?
They can
This-
mean bad person. There you
This
go.
is oh god, this is awkward.
Hey, what's up?
Wow.
Oh,
I see.
no,
I see. I've been replaced.
Harry, you have to leave. I'm here now. I'm schooling everyone. No one knows what they're talking about. So
Squatters' rights.
Oh my god.
Camel is the antagonist. That's the real debate, right? Whether it's antagonist versus villain.
No, I've never said antagonist. This is interesting. Is being apathetic to evil also evil?
Just following orders style evil, or
Yes.
I mean, yeah.
It's a different
Yeah,
level of
I have a
well,
quote
being
for you.
being apathetic though, but not following orders, but doing nothing, is that evil or is that just selfish? I think those are different things.
Here's a
So
quote.
to be good, you have to actively oppose evil. There
Phil,
is
bring up the new slides. Evil or retarded? You
alignment
gotta
chart.
pick.
Nobody's listening.
Did they just
Yeah.
not know because they were retarded? They went along with it.
Apathetic? No, well, here's a quote. This
Good, neutral, evil, and retarded. There it
Of
goes.
mice and men guy, evil or retarded?
is retarded. Here's a quote. To spare the guilty is to spill the blood of the innocent.
Oh, so that's like pre-crime style.
Yeah. That's the silhouette says that in the people.
Silhouette also say, I would rather 10 million criminals walk free than see one innocent man go in the clinker.
Yeah. Do you guys remember when the Romans gave the Jews a chance to choose between Jesus or a serial killer?
Yeah.
And they're like, we're only going to kill one, so you guys choose. Do you want to
Mhm.
kill like the savior or the serial killer?
Right.
And they're like, let the serial killer go.
Right. Yeah, was that
So,
Barabbas?
That logic.
That-
Yeah.
Who's the real villain?
Pear, was that Barabbas?
That's not a real story.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you never heard that?
You don't know the
It's part of the
Pontius
Passion.
Pilate story?
Passion of the Christ.
Yeah, and then Pontius Pilate
Oh.
washed his hands after that. He's like, it wasn't even me making the decision. They
Yeah.
made the decision.
It's all you bastards.
It's like
Is
you
that
didn't
where
have
that
to
phrase
give them the
comes from?
decision.
to wash your hands of it, like to say, like I have nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
Is
Why
that
did they
evil?
choose that? That's confusing.
That was
Why
Barabbas,
would
right?
they?
He's always one step ahead, that Pontius Pilate.
He was just passing the buck. He's like, oh man, I'm in a real pickle here.
Is passing the
what?
buck evil? That's the question.
Maybe we should ask
Does it count as
Grok. A
indifference?
lot of people have been asking Grok things this week. I think I'll ask him. 40% says his Rorschach was right. Frankenstein's
which-
monster. Evil
I know
research.
which side Grok would fall on the Pontius Pilate conundrum.
Yeah, I think we all know. Pilate washed his hands. Yes, I remember that. I was such a young child when that happened. Man.
You remember the crucifixion?
Yeah. There's a Rolling Stones song about the devil. And he's like, I was there when
Yeah.
Pontius Pilate washed his hands and
Yeah,
sealed
it's called
his fate.
It's called Sympathy for the Devil.
Yeah, Simpy for the devil.
Sympathy
yeah.
for the Devil, which is on this slide right here. Sympathy for the
He
Devil.
wasn't here, Phil.
Oh my, that's right. Where have you been? All right, we got. I ranted about changing villains to be simpy when they're not supposed to be simpy. And then here's
Yeah.
the lat.
Like
Well,
Wicked, right? Like Wicked Witch of the West. But that's okay.
We already talked about that.
Yeah. Ah, shit.
No more talking about that aloud.
We talked about Wicked and Maleficent as well. And then this pink guy. This guy I want to talk about. So, has anybody the newest Puss and Boots film?
No, but that character design's pretty great. He looks like a bad guy.
Yeah, he's huge. He's got this huge weird body. I put him on the first He's there too. He's the guy all the way to the left.
Oh.
So his name's Big Jack Horner, a grown-up little Jack Horner, right? And he is, in many videos I've watched, an example of a pure evil character. He has no redeeming qualities. He has no sympathy for anybody. He, because of an event that happens, a very, 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 very simple event when he was a kid, he now wants all magic things either to be destroyed or in his possession. So he collects like Excalibur. He has Excalibur, but it's still stuck in the rock, and he's swinging around this giant stone on the end of a big sword.
Oh, that's cool.
Hilarious. He's a very funny character as well. He's got like Mary Poppins' magic bag, and it says endless things he could pull out of it. So what happened to him as a kid is he even says he came up from wealth. Like he had a great loving family, and his parents had a baking empire. They bake pies, and he'd go out in front of the store and do his little dance and stick his thumb in the pie and pull it out, and then everyone would buy his pies. So that he was like this child star. But then one day, Pinocchio came to town, and he was this dancing puppet with no strings, and they took his like fame away for a weekend, and he was scorned by that. And he's like, this magic puppet ruined my life. Now I need to ruin all of magic. And that's his motive. But what happens in the film, which if you guys watch it, I didn't even realize this when it happened, but this guy that was breaking down this video points it out. He gets what Pinocchio has. He now has a bunch of magic items. And in fact, one of the items he pulls out of the bag is this little cricket that's supposed to be based on Jiminy Cricket. And Jiminy Cricket, this cricket, is trying to find good in the villain throughout the whole film. He's sitting on his shoulder being like, oh, why are you doing that? He sounds like Jimmy Stewart. It's like, oh. And then at one point, he just realizes that Jack has no redeemable qualities. And he's like, you're evil. And then he's like, yeah. And he flicks him, and the cricket goes flying. It's hilarious. But the creators of that film, the writers, gave the villain what the villain wanted. He wanted magic like Pinocchio, and he didn't even know it, but he got that conscience that made Pinocchio who he was. He got the cricket, and when he had it, he denied it because he was so far gone and evil. And that like really clicked with me. It's like, yeah, even if your character, and you could use that in multiple ways. You could give your fully evil character a chance at redemption, give them the things that they've always wanted to be who they wanted to be. And they could be totally fully far gone, and they reject those things that they wanted. So I thought that really stuck to me, because that's
like a complex evil. Because when you say it, Simpy versus evil, it feels like evil kind of sounds at first glance like simple, and like almost lazy or whatever, but that's like kind of an illusion. It's good to hear the examples of how you can make the evil character be a really rich, cool, fun character.
You guys, did you talk about Gollum?
About what?
No. Here's the cricket, by the way. He's hilarious.
Because Gollum's kind of an interesting one, because you feel kind of sympathetic for him, but then when you find out his backstory, you're like, no, you were always kind of a shithead. You were always kind of a selfish, piece of shit. And so it's like, how sympathetic can you really be when like going all the way back, he was always, just about himself. And so it's like, yeah, even though he's had a hard life, it almost seems like he brought it upon himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, throughout that whole series, there's so many different types of villains.
Like that cricket's moment of being like, actually, you're a lost cause, bud. Fuck you. That's like hilarious. And that's like even what Camel's saying with Gollum is like, at a certain point, you're just like, oh, you suck, dude. Sorry, I'm out.
Yeah, like, because they give him plenty of chances. I mean, I haven't read the books. I'm going off the movies, but I think the movies are pretty accurate. But like, they're just like, oh, you're a shithead. Oh, okay, whatever. We'll give you another chance. And then it's like he's fucking framing Sam and shit. And it's like, oh, okay, you need to go, buddy. You're worthless.
Then he gets redeemed at the end when Frodo isn't going to throw the ring in, and then Gollum goes, grabs it out of his hand and says, "No, it must go in the pit," and then throws it in on purpose.
I don't think that happens. I think is that what happens? I don't remember that.
Everyone says
he dives after it and he goes, "My cock ring." No.
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah, that's what I remember.
You're misremembering Lord of the Rings, guys.
It's a different version of the film, though. A better one.
Yeah. And he puts it back on his cock as he's falling into the water. Yeah. And then goes cock first.
And then says, "This is so hot."
Yeah. And he's like, I need to get hard first before I put the cock.
Joseph Pelotone says Max Shrek / Count Orlok is sympathetic to Dracula because he has no servants. No, Count Orlok is sympathetic because he cucked that other guy. Right? And Nosferatu.
And the new Nosferatu. Yeah.
Yeah, Nosferatu. Yeah, I would say Count Orlok is a villain and the antagonist of Nosferatu.
Yeah. It's a little muddled too, because the girl is not even like, what's her goal and option?
She's not really helping herself or her husband, you know?
Yeah. It's kind of confusing who the main character
What is Orlok's motivation? Is he just tired of eating dogs and shit? He's like, I need some.
No, he wants to bang that chick.
He simps hard.
Yeah,
it's a simp cuck story. It's a
he's like Vader.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. No, his motivation is banging Johnny Depp's daughter.
Yeah.
For sure.
The house says she was a toxic girlfriend. She kind of was.
She was definitely a toxic girlfriend.
Oh, you did see it. I saw it. I saw Nosferatu on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
Movie. I thought it was kind of boring.
Yeah, it's kind of long.
It's long. Yeah, it's also, if anyone has ever seen, I mean, it is scene for scene Dracula. I mean, it's the same exact.
They even made him look like Vlad the Impaler, you know? Like,
yeah. The only thing is they replace like the whole church aspect and the religious aspect with alchemy. But outside of that, I mean, it's pretty much the same exact movie.
Yeah. Yeah, it's you could pass on it, I'd say.
I think In There is like a really good movie. I think there's some really great scenes and good shots, but like overall, I guess there's a director's cut that he's going to release. I'd be interested to see that, but
3 hours long, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's. Yeah, I don't know. It's just he never moves the camera. I mean, it's like everything is very stationary. It's hard to get into a movie like that.
This is true. Admiral Wackass is right. I like the part where he said Nosferatu.
Oh, I thought he was saying that's like what the main guy, once his wife dies, he goes, Nosferatu.
No, yeah. I looked over to my girlfriend. I'm like, he said the thing.
Oh, yeah.
But that's the new thing my brother and I do. Whenever they say the title of the film, we leave.
That's not
okay.
That's not Family Guy, though.
What is?
That's like a joke in the Family Guy. Every time they say the name, they just get up and leave.
Oh, my brother stole that then. That bastard.
Have you seen I forget the actual, it's not SNL, but the skit is like the guy working at a video store and he's like, I was in that movie. Yeah, I was I had the titular line. Yeah, I was riding the feathers of the Millennium Falcon, and I said, God, I'm just so tired of all these Star Wars.
I don't remember
that.
Yeah, I'd pass on it. I'm gonna go. I want to see Sonic, but I have to see Sonic.
Yeah, go see Sonic 3 instead.
Did you see Sonic 3?
I just love this, like the creative block. Let's get all of the forward-thinking minds of creativity on the internet together. You know what you should do? Fuck that actual
film
that came out. Go watch Sonic.
Go watch Sonic 3.
Yeah,
it's got Shadow in it.
Yeah, Shadow's a badass. He was made.
It's got Black the Hedgehog
and Keanu.
Did you see it yet, Jake?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
You gotta go see
it.
Have
you, Phil?
No, I gotta see number 2 still.
We should plan to see it at the same time.
Yeah, we'll FaceTime each other in the theater.
And we'll walk out as soon as they say Sonic 3.
It's great. All right, we got. I think this is it. This is it. Yeah, there's choice solidifies, the path of redemption, or wickedness. So yeah, Darth Vader, he saved his son, sacrificed himself, got zapped a little bit, turned into a fat white guy, and then that was he was redeemed. But what do you think now that you're here, Camel? What do you think about Vader? What type of villain is he?
You asking me?
Yeah.
I think because he starts out as a good kid and then eventually redeems himself by saving Luke. I think ultimately he's not a villain like Palpatine is. Because Palpatine is like Machiavellian. He's orchestrating shit. And Vader is really, I mean, even when we are introduced to him, we're introduced at like the height of his terror. And so, because of that, you're automatically thinking like this is a bad guy. But ultimately, I think they do enough to try to make him not like, totally.
He
like,
killed all those kids, though.
I know. Well, I mean, everyone makes mistakes,
Yeah, if you go in like as it's released, it's like in A New Hope, you could say he's just an evil villain. But even in that one, there's a little asterisk. And this is not knowing the prequels yet. But the asterisk is that he's so mysterious and charismatic that you're so curious about him. So it's almost like he's, even though they give him no character development, he's still like a little bit more than just evil, kind of.
Yeah, and I like that you bring up Palpatine because he is that's the pure evil guy, right? And he's the one above
you have
him.
your A/B comparison, and then you also have Obi-Wan, who's just like, what does he say? He's like, Vader was seduced by the dark side. Like you can easily see, like he used to be a normal guy for a little bit, so there was clearly something that tipped him over the edge.
Yeah, that's cool.
Palpatine, like Palpatine and I, me and Palpy, let me tell you.
He was a real G.
Yeah. We used to kick back. Boy, I tell you, he could chug those pints down. Yeah. He'd have 6-7 pints. He'd be the life of the party.
If only he wasn't evil so I could hang around with him all day, every day.
Then one day he just flipped like a switch.
None of us
were like, wouldn't it be crazy if we just set a bunch of clones to war?
Yeah. He got real drunk one night. He started telling me about this clone war plan he had.
This is predicated off of a bet in a bar. Like, I bet you I can make all those clones fight each other. I don't know.
He drew it on a napkin. I think I might still have the napkin around here somewhere.
Man,
plans.
I watched The Force Awakens for the first time last week.
Really?
Yeah.
Which
you ended your streak of avoiding terrible
That's the
shit.
first of the new ones.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the only one I've watched of the new ones.
Yeah, it was
Really? You're not Star Wars fans.
I watched the first one. I'm like, these suck. I'm not watching any more of these.
But I mean, Star Wars, right? I mean, all right.
Nah, there was so many.
I was so Star Wars is kind of gay as a kid.
Yeah, I mean it is, but I was telling you this pair. I think when I jumped on your stream, like there was 3 or more big parts where they just totally flubbed on reveals or big moments that would get pops from the audience. Right? The reveal of the Millennium Falcon, they did a shit job at that. You just see the 2 characters running up to it. You instantly know it's that. There's no big moment. And a bunch of other ones, like the reveal of Han Solo. Like, I don't know
the movie sucks. The movie's fucking terrible.
The motivations, how much of a Mary Sue that Rey is. She's so Mary Sue. And it's crazy. You get a vibe that she's totally gonna go with the Black Stormtrooper guy, right? Like there's a love connection there, and that Kylo, it seemed like they were gearing up to make him the brother of Rey. And they
Yeah.
totally turned on that. Like, it's so obvious there was so many rewrites.
Yeah, well,
in the
that was
series.
mostly just because like Reddit figured it out, and they're like, "Well, we need to subvert expectations now." So
Yeah.
I guess they're not
Yeah.
related, and it's like, why? Who cares?
Yeah.
And now
Yeah.
they end up with the worst fucking reveal in history. It's like she was actually Palpatine's granddaughter. It was like,
Yeah.
why?
But at
Yeah.
least Reddit didn't figure it out.
Yeah, you know what it should have
Yep.
been?
It was the worst
It-
option.
It
Fucking
should have been
rep-
that Rey was a clone of Luke made with his hand from Bespin. Because
Oh, yeah.
then it would make sense as to why
That'd be cool.
why Kylo said that she's nobody, because she comes from nobody. And then
Uh-huh.
she technically
And she had no body. She had no body.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he's not
She's
lying.
just a
you know?
hand.
Yeah.
And that's why she instantly can use the Force. 45
Oh
minutes
yeah,
into
it
the
makes.
film. Like, what the
I
hell?
do think
Yeah, that
at
was
one
also
point that was actually the plan, and then again they decided not to do it because Reddit figured it out. But that I do think was probably set up that way.
It's a really bad idea to change your story that all the setup is directing towards a certain reveal just because somebody figured it out.
Yeah.
It's really
Yeah.
stupid.
That's how you get like shitty wrestling storylines in the WCW or whatever.
They did that in DC years ago with the Hawk and Dove thing. You guys know that storyline?
No.
When
It
Rob
was
Liefeld
part of
was
the-
on
Yeah, it was the Armageddon thing, and there was, I can't remember exactly what the reveal was supposed to be, but then they changed it and they made it so that like Hawk and Dove were the bad guys or something. I'm sure someone can correct me.
it?
But it totally fucked up what it was supposed to be. And if they had
Yeah.
stayed true to what they were planning, then it would have been great. But because they changed in the last minute, it actually contradicted earlier issues where they like set them up as something else. And so, yeah, it kind of just ruined the whole story.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have loved to hear what was going on in those writers' rooms for those last two films. Like everybody panicking and arguing.
I'm sure that's what it is. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sure it's just, well, we can't do that, and we can't do this, and what do we think about this? And everyone looks shifty-eyed at each other, and then no one wants to get fired.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah, JJ probably hates Ryan Big Head Round guy. What's his face?
Ryan Reynolds?
Johnson.
Oh, Ryan Johnson.
Ryan Johnson.
Rain
yeah.
Johnson, yeah.
The
Weird
thing,
ass
though,
name.
and no, people are going to hate me for this, but of all the three movies, the new ones, The Last Jedi is actually the closest to the comic, the Dark Empire. It's actually like almost directly pulled out of it. There are scenes and like plot points that are right from that, except people didn't like it because Luke wasn't actually fighting. But
Is that
like,
the last
story-
one?
No, it's the second to last one.
The last
Actually,
one.
even the last one borrows heavily from Dark Empire.
Oh.
Is that the one where Kylo runs like, more?
That's the second to last one.
Oh, okay. That was,
Yeah.
that was pretty dope.
They should have turned that black guy into the second Darth Vader at the end of the whole thing.
Yeah.
He's like Cyborg then. Cut off all of his limbs.
No, because he was like, "Oh, I'm a stormtrooper, but it's so stressful. I can't do it anymore." And he could have been really sympathetic and nice, but then he could have become another Vader or something. After what's her face, Daisy Ridley turned him down.
Yeah. He was with that the Asian chick.
Oh God, he didn't even. I love how she kisses him, and he's like, "I'm good."
He's like, I'm gay now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I was
so
surprised
that's what it takes to make me gay.
she wasn't even in the Force Awakens. I guess she was only in the second and third one, and in the third one she's barely in it. Like she had no
she's
role
like friend
whatsoever.
zoned in the third
Yeah.
one. It's like, hey, you stay here. I gotta go over here. And bye bye.
She kisses him. He's like, "I'm Black Darth Vader now."
That's what it takes.
That's his origin story.
Kylo Ren's like, "No, it was supposed to be me."
Well, that's the thing, guys. Slide 7's the last slide. I hope you guys enjoyed my thoughts. And
It was really good, Phil. Well done. Thank you so much.
great return to
Hope we can
the
make some
PowerPoints.
cool villains going forward. You know, do you guys have any? What are your villains like?
Hey,
Which category
did
do
you
you think they
guys
fall
have you
under?
heard the quote? People say your hero is only as good as your villain. Have you heard that?
Yes,
Did you mention? Yeah, that's a good
Mhm.
one. That's a good one.
but Bonaparte, I think Napoleon quote.
Yeah, totally.
I think that's why, and I've heard this a lot too, that people like they come down on Superman as a character because like he doesn't have any good villains. And
Hmm.
I think there is actually some truth to that. I've also heard the argument that he's too powerful. I don't buy that because I think that you can just if you have a large like a rogues gallery, then it's like okay, well then you have there's a reason, there's an interest there. But with Superman, he doesn't have really much of a rogues gallery. And
You got
anyone that
like,
everyone wants to mention, like Parasite or fucking Livewire, I'm like those suck. Like
he's got 5. He's got Parasite, Livewire, Lex Luthor, Metallo,
Metallo's good, Brainiac is good,
Brainiac,
Yeah.
and
Darkseid is
Bizarro.
good.
That's 5. And Bizarro.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
but
yeah.
you need like 10. He needs like
Mr. Mitsipleplick.
he sucks.
There was a tiny comic convention in my town last year, and they had a little swap table with a bunch of floppies. And I put down some of my comics of Earthbound, and I grabbed some Superman comics, kind of because what Campbell's talking about. I was like, I want to get to the bottom of this because what's even up with Superman? Like, how do you even write a Superman story? Because he's OP and no bad guys or whatever.
Darkseid.
And so I read a few of them, and it was all about Lex Luthor being super insane and kind of fun, genius weirdo with tons of schemes. I'm like, oh, sometimes it's like not even about Superman. Is like what they did. Superman comes in and like punches him at the end, but
Oh yeah.
it's like
I mean, like
just Lex
even
doing
Death of
tons of stuff.
Superman was like the number
Yeah.
one selling Superman comic. And he's not even in the fucking thing.
F Ultra Humanite.
Yeah.
Yeah, Death of Superman's all about like Justice League International getting their ass handed to them by Doomsday.
Or even just
Yeah.
the Return of Superman. It's like we got 4 other guys going around pretending to be him, and that's so much
Yeah.
more interesting than actually Superman.
I'm coming around to Superman. I mean, I'm not going to read any of the comic, but
I think one
No,
way
I
to
know.
write him
No.
is it's very similar to Star Trek. It's where it's OP, but you just give him super tough decisions like Star Trek would, where it's kind of this moral balance
It's like he could win in super easy, but if he does, he'd have to punch through like 7 buildings and kill a load of people. So now he's gonna be like, well, how do I do this thing without doing that?
Yeah,
Like,
he's like, oh, you're telling me I'll actually have to talk to the bad guy? Shit. We got to negotiate? Shit.
he's got it. It's the puzzle of the best move. It's the ultimate trolley problem. It's like, how do I solve the trolley problem without pulling any of the levers?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what Superman does. That's the whole point of that meme. You ever see that one where it's like he actually stops the train from
Yeah.
That's what. Yeah, it's like what? Just move the girl.
Yeah.
How much easier is that?
yeah. Now, Superman. Max Landis did a good video on Superman after he saw Man of Steel. It's worth listening to. It's probably like 30-minute long explanation of how he thinks Superman should be written or what he means.
What is did Lex Luthor ever make like something he puts on Superman, and he says, "This device will kill 1 person for every millimeter you move. Your move, Superman," and then Superman just stays still forever.
He uses his laser eyes to beat him.
Bzzz.
He
No.
gets Crypto the Super Dog to bite his nuts off.
One of the most famous Superman stories is written by Alan Moore. It's called The Man Who Has Everything, I think, right? Something along those lines. And it was adapted into one of the early Justice League animated series episodes where he gets a present from someone. I think like Mongrel sends it to him. And it's this big alien like flower that sticks to his chest and puts him in a comatose, and he hallucinates, and he's in this dream of the perfect world. Like he's lived his whole life on Krypton. It's this like fake simulation, and it makes him, in a coma forever, basically. And the Justice League finds him and stuff. Was it
They
Mongol?
did that for Batman animated too. Remember the one with
Wasn't it
Mad
Batman?
Hatter? In Batman,
Oh, similar,
like,
but to Batman.
Yeah, Mad Hatter like gives Bruce Wayne the perfect life, and he's like, you
Yeah, I
don't have to
remember
be.
that.
Batman's already out there, and he just can like live his life.
He's like, I gave you everything you wanted, and it still wasn't enough, you bastard.
Yeah, it's like I need. What did he say? Like I gave you the perfect life so you could stay out of mine, or something like that.
Oh yeah. You know, there's a really good Star Trek plot. A lot of the original series, there's so many good ones, but where it's like Trolley Problem, but it's not even like action per se. And I think this works with Superman too, but it's in Star Trek, they go to a planet where the planet is at war, and they have made a deal with their enemy that instead of bombing each other into oblivion, they each hold a lottery that 5% of their population every 10 years will be euthanized. And so it incentivizes peace, but they refuse to negotiate. So they have continued doing it for multiple years. And Kirk like makes friends with like a girl when he goes down there. She gets picked from the lottery to have to kill herself. And she's like totally into it because it's like part of their culture. And he's like, what? This is fucking crazy. You're just going to kill yourself? She's like, it's war. And he's like, what the fuck is going on? And then he argues with him. He's like, you guys can't do this. You guys are literally idiots. You're like killing yourself for no reason. And they're like, yeah, the alternative is nuclear mutually assured destruction. So this is actually a pretty good solution, dumbass.
Yeah.
And he's like, fuck.
That was one of the plots. You guys ever heard of the show Sliders? Are you too young for that?
No, I know that one.
I was born in '93. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, like we used to watch that growing up. It used to be Sliders and X-Files on Friday nights. And Sliders, the point was they would go to another universe. It was very much like Star Trek, although they would never want to call it that. And essentially they would go there, and there was like a whole new set of rules and circumstances depending on whatever Earth they landed on. And Sliders, one of them was there was a lottery. And so you would go and you would just go to an ATM. You could take out as much money as you wanted. And everyone lived these great lives. But what they didn't realize is when they were taking money out of the ATM, they were entering into a lottery unknowingly that they would get murdered. They would get suicided. And so one of the characters, they end up in this perfect world. He's like, oh, this is great. And he goes, takes like $80,000 out of the bank. And then it's like, oh yeah, by the way, you've been selected for, extinction. He's like, oh, I didn't know that was part of it. So they have to get out of there in time.
Damn.
In that universe, can someone take out like 50 billion and then give it to other people?
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense, because when you're selected as a lottery winner, you they give you everything you want. So you get like a free car, and you like feel like a celebrity, and you could go in the nicest hotels. But it's just because you have
must be nice
to live.
Oh wow! You know what that's kind of like is like Aztec style or whatever, either Inca or Aztec. But they would do
like you're gonna be sacrificed.
Yeah, they pick the sacrifice guy a year beforehand, and he gets to have the best year ever. And he's like a king for a year, and then they kill him, and he's like into it, kind of.
It's a good trade-off, I guess,
Yeah, it's the most humane way, I guess, to appease your gods.
Yeah.
And, to continue going on with it, right? If you're like kept in a dungeon or something for a year, then they'd be like, well, I don't want to have anything to do with this.
Right, yeah. I don't want to be
he gets to have sex with the sexy Aztec, ladies for a year. Yeah. That's not nothing.
And there's one more. What are you going to say, Rini?
Oh, no. It was just, I was thinking, isn't the same mentality as the people who were okay with sacrificing themselves in the Star Trek episode? That's essentially what a lot of ancient human cultures that did human sacrifice believed in. They believed if they didn't sacrifice the most valuable thing to them, which is human life, then the gods will come down on them. So they were avoiding greater disaster by sacrificing people, which is crazy to us. That's why it makes it.
That goes back to Jake's question. Is that evil, or are they just retarded?
It's evil.
I think it's retarded because their morality is different.
They became more retarded the more people they killed because they dumped all the heads in the river. So I think at a point they went from evil and transitioned into retarded.
They got Kuru.
Yeah, they got
it would be like
bovine
There-
fever, but for humans.
It's like our people are dying of starvation. We must kill more of them to appease the gods. Like you'll see these things happen in history, which is cheap intelligence.
She's sick.
Well-
she needs a good bleeding. She's
Yeah.
low on blood. Give her
What
some
if-
leeches.
We find out that the UFOs that everyone's seeing turn out to be aliens, and they say, "Look, we'll keep you from blowing yourselves up, but we need like 50,000 people." Do we fight them?
To be killed, or to be just be taken off the planet, or they want to eat
It
us?
doesn't matter. We don't know. We have no idea. We could be food for them.
To serve man?
You,
To serve
wait,
man. Yeah.
no, but you're saying they're like, we'll stop you from killing yourselves, but you need to give us 50 million sacrifices. It's like you go, well, we're just not gonna kill ourselves then.
Yeah,
Like-
we don't need you all to solve our problems for us. Fuck off.
Well, I
Well,
don't know.
we'll
I
see.
don't think everybody's on the same page with that.
No, I
It's
know.
funny
When
when
definitely be
every
like, "Oh,
religious
save us."
leader of every religion is shown in the sky and they all combine together to create the new atheismo overlord.
Yeah, I
Like
definitely
Sentai
don't think
style.
the
Yeah,
average
well,
person would have that resistance, but
More like
That-
a hentai style.
that's what Bluebeam is supposed to end in. It's like all like Jesus, Buddha, all that. They all Voltron together and be like, "I am the mighty atheismo."
Blue beam?
Yeah, did you not know about Project Bluebeam?
I thought it was bean.
I don't know. You know, have you guys heard the Gawain and the Green Knight legend from Arthurian tales?
Yeah.
And they made a movie, and the movie seemed kind of lame, but the story's kind of
movie's
fun. It's like
Horrible.
the Green Knight
It's
steps up
beyond
and
terrible.
oh yeah.
Oh
But
god,
the-
it's insufferable.
Yeah, I didn't finish it. But the story
Neither
is
did
fun
they.
though. The Green Knight, he loses a bet to the Green Knight, and the Green Knight is like, "Well, you have 1 year to live, and then come into my castle. I'm going to kill you." So then it's reminding me of that Aztec thing. So he lives a regular life for a year, and then he heads to the castle, but a lot of things happen on the way. And it ends up being the Green Knight kind of is like fucking with them. And at the very end, the Green Knight's like, "All right, I'm not actually going to kill you. You can go." And it's
Yep.
just the fact that you came and you're brave and you owned up to it, you can live. It's like,
That
okay.
reminds me of The Last Holiday starring Queen Latifah.
How does that
Oh
one
yeah.
go?
She gets
Is that what
diagnosed.
it reminds you of?
She gets diagnosed with 1 year to live, and then she spends a bunch of money going skiing for a year, and then turns out she didn't have cancer.
Oh yeah, that's like the
Then she
Green
died
Knight.
of the obesity anyway.
You could
Probably.
do like, you know, they do like Simpsons and Futurama. They'll do like proto versions of all these stories, and I think superheroes do this too. But there's a famous one called Flowers for Algernon.
Yeah.
We might have talked about this. Jake, do you know that one?
Might
Where, like-
have mentioned it about
We
50
always
million
talk about it.
Yeah, and there's
mine-
other, but there's
well-
like a million examples that the Simpsons will do of every short story just gets turned into a
Yeah.
Simpsons episode.
Mm.
And Gawain the Green Knight would be a good one to do as with Justice League, to have like one of the younger Justice League dudes get fucked with by a super powerful alien.
So like the Warrior is like some old story, right?
Yeah,
Like the
Roman.
Odyssey or something. Tonight, my girlfriend and I watched this movie called Switchblade Sisters. Like
Oh yeah,
you saw that?
yeah.
That's so weird. She just randomly put it on. We both never seen it.
It's like it's like exploitation, right? Like 70s.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
70s exploitation. The audio is trash. Like they weren't using microphones. They had like
Yeah.
one boom mic. But it turned out it was a pretty enjoyable film. And I'm like,
Yeah.
what is this? This seems like, because it's about two warring gangs in a high school, but they're played by 30-year-old men and women. And the one school closes down, and that gang, you know, it has a gang in it. So that gang has to move into this new school district that's run by opposing one. And then, you know, chaos ensues. And I'm like, what Shakespearean story is this based on? Because it seems like something. It was just like a thrown out passing comment. And then so like an hour later, my girlfriend's looking up the actors, and she's like, "Did you look up that this is a Shakespeare story?" I'm like, "No, I just guessed." She's like, "Yeah, it's based on Othello and the
Oh,
Moor."
weird.
And,
That's cool.
yeah,
Yeah, you
it
know
was
that
cool.
that movie is written and directed by a guy named Jack Hill, and he did Coffee with Pam Grier, which is also an amazing
Not
movie.
Coffee Table.
No, fuck
Oh,
Coffee
okay.
Table. But
No, but I want to
Coffee's
watch
great.
Coffee Table with Pam Grier. I mean, she gets revenge on the guy who stole the coffee table.
Yeah, but that movie turned out to be good, and the chicks of the gang takes over the gang. It's pretty crazy at the end.
Alex says, "Thanks for another fun show." Alex, are you trying to get us to leave?
Oh, Al, it says the
He's
meme's up.
saving
He's
us
like,
from
end the show.
ourselves by presenting the meme.
Look, people love Switchblade Sisters. Yeah, people are saying they enjoyed this. So Dele says this has been a pretty dang entertaining creative block. Well, I
It
blame
was the
Camel.
baby decapitations that really hit
Not
it.
until I showed up.
You guys, I think this meme might have a super deep cut. I'm not sure.
You want to pull it up or should I?
No, you got it.
All right, I'm gonna play a bonk here for you, Alex. I appreciate it. I showed off the shirt too. I don't know if you saw, but thank you for the Christmas gifts. And here's a bonk for you, brother.
Pat didn't do his second shirt.
There's too many
from
things.
Alex.
Oh yeah, where's your second shirt pair?
It's Castlevania, and it's awesome. But I got
It's okay. We don't have to see it. You can just tell us what it is.
Yeah, describe the shirt to us.
Yeah. Am I wearing it? No. I guess what I am wearing though.
Not Alex's shirt.
Oh, look at that, my Valkyrie. Yeah.
Hey,
Okay, pretty good
cool.
shirt.
Yeah. But that shirt's amazing, and it says on it. It says, "What is a man?"
Can we
Do
not
you guys know
see
that
it?
quote?
Oh wait, I think he sent me a picture of it. Give me a second.
Napoleon said it
I'll pull it up.
at
Wait,
Waterloo.
what is a man?
Did he not know?
Wait,
Pretty
where
obvious.
is
It's
Human
Dracula says
male
it. He goes,
adult.
"What is a man?"
where is here it is.
Man is whoever self-identifies as a man.
Here it
He
is.
says
This is
No.
the
man,
shirt.
man is like a pig.
This is
Man
it.
is a pig for me to drink. Man is nothing. Man is the shit
Oh, is
beneath
that-
my stanky feet
is
when
that
I stomp on
Alucard?
stupid man. Ow, that hurts. Riker. What's the guy's name? You got me. Ow.
Where is fancy bread? In the heart or in the head?
Is that the shirt that Alex got you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I still think my hug in the head shirt's better.
Well,
It's so much better. I'm not even wearing it right now.
wow. I bet it's hanging up. All right, here's the meme.
It's on the floor.
Look at this. We got some villains
Wow.
here.
This
That
is
is,
this year in memoriam or whatever. Like,
2025. It is a new year. Who is this guy? Is that Mandela?
I think so.
Mangala.
That's you, Phil.
Mangala,
Oh, Nelson Mangala X.
the father of all manga.
Mangala,
Says-
because it's set in Tokyo.
Your hero
pronounced
is only as
Tokyo.
good as your villain.
Definitely, yeah.
It's pronounced Tokyo.
Yeah, this is
Tokyo.
Neo Takio. We got a lot of villains here. We got a purple monkey working on a dishwasher.
Wait, I don't remember the episode that Purple Monkey is from.
It's said in the chat a lot. People will come in here and say purple monkey dishwasher.
I have never seen anyone in chat ever type that.
Yeah, it happens.
I don't even know what that will
Is
I
that a
don't
Is that a
TIE fighter?
euphemism?
be references.
Oh,
Look,
there's,
Darth Vader.
there's fake Dogla.
No, that's hot dog sapien.
Oh yeah.
Zayd
Are
comic
these
character.
villains? Like I've been very lost for a while, but now I'm extra lost. What
No,
are these characters?
Oh yeah, they are villains.
Yeah. Is that one of my drawings? I think it is.
Yeah, I think so
Yes,
too.
I think it is.
How can you not be sure, Aaron?
And that's so I think that's
Only
from
you
Payment
draw
on
like this.
Delivery. Do you guys know that one? It's
No.
a Narzak story.
How could you not?
I
be
think
sure?
only you could be responsible for that drawing.
Yeah.
Well, look at that gesture, the energy. No, but in
I
Payment
like
on
his. What about his toe fingers?
That's the one. Mark Miller saw this drawing and said, "That's the guy."
Get me that guy. I want toe
Actually,
finger
though,
boy.
for reals, not even joking. Payment on Delivery, though, is about the Nazis made a deal with aliens to win the war, but then they lost the war in the interim, and then the aliens showed up 40 years later, and so the world is like, shit, we got to pretend like the Nazis won. So the whole world bands together to pretend like the Nazis won to get these aliens off their back. And but then the aliens were actually like space Jews who hated the Nazis.
Oh,
So
God.
they end up
They're the
destroying the
worst.
world.
It was a double bluff.
Yeah.
Well played.
It's kind of
That
like
seems like a
Flowers
very.
for Algernon
That's
in a way.
a, that's
Space
a very
Jews.
anti-Semitic book.
Is
Yeah,
he a
would you-
villain, though?
Would you say it's Semitic?
Yeah, maybe it's just Semitic.
Pro-Semitic.
It's
It sounds
hyper-Semitic.
anti-Semitic.
All right, Alex
Alex-
wants to know what his character's name is. What this character is.
I forget if if this is even from Payment on Delivery. I think it is. He's on the
TC
phone.
Lincoln.
He's like, "Hello, aliens. How's it going?"
Is he a villain?
This character is I think he's a good guy. I don't know.
Okay.
Oh. You, of all people, would know.
What else we got here?
It's like I'm not sure. I don't remember anything I've drawn.
Yeah, I think that white head guy's a villain. I think.
This guy looks like a
I'm
woman.
Not so sure.
Looks like a chick.
A lot of people think he did nothing wrong. So
Looks like a girl. What are you talking about?
He's the leader of Band of the Twink.
I mean, he might as well be after that torture. Who knows?
He loves Casca though.
Yeah, that's definitely true love right there.
Mo Big's golden wrench for most gate kept. That's right. We got
Does that mean Mo Biggs is a villain?
Oh, yeah, of course. There's no doubt.
Most gate kept.
We got Wastoid in the background. Definitely villain.
Is that a TF2 golden wrench?
We got oh look, Ozymandias Camel.
Huh. I would
Camel
say,
would make that decision.
I'm here now. I'm schooling everyone. Nobody knows what they're talking about. Correct. Well done.
Sounds like you. We got
I think that's exactly what I said.
Mr. Freeze Gollum. Amalgam in the background.
That's
Disgusting.
Oh, it's all
Poor-
these villain
poor Gollum.
combos. That's awesome.
What else we got here? I'm jumping around too much. Oh, what's Irene
me,
say? What is
That's
this?
Lust from FMA.
Oh, it's got crazy fingers.
Thank you for putting a reference I finally get after having no idea what any of you guys are talking about for an hour. Thanks.
My brain kind of shut off too.
My brain shuts off a lot. Yeah, Jay is definitely something that I thought of already and mentioned just a few hours ago.
Sounds like you.
Yeah.
Oh, and then you're the Narwhal. You're the guy from Boondock Saints.
Whatever, it's a deep cut. It's just too deep for you guys.
And I'm the other white guy from Boondock Saints.
Yeah, it's the one with the afro. It's great.
You can whip it out anywhere. You can whip it out in public. You can whip it out in the doctor's office. That's what the other white guy from Boondock Saints sounds like, right?
Yeah, he's Irish.
Thanks. That was the best. Thank you, Alex. That was the best line. I'm glad you put it in.
Who am I though?
You like some gun holding guy?
Yeah, I wonder
Oh, wait.
who that is.
Oh, am I Knives? I think I'm Knives from the anime from Trigun.
That's not a knife. That's a gun.
Well, his name's Knives.
That's
No one
know
no one knows why. Actually, I think his name's Millions Knives. Is his full name?
Fake fan.
He's not human.
This sounds like a mistranslation.
Yeah, is that
Yeah.
Knives, Alex? Yeah, Knives Phil. That's right.
It should have
Oh,
been Miriam's lives.
No, it's Pulp Fiction. You're a fake Tarantino fan. Wait, what do you mean, evil doer? Right.
You say that?
Yeah. Man, I don't really like Knives, but he's pretty evil.
Hey, look, the vertical comics on the long Asian sign in the background.
Where?
Hey,
Here?
cool.
Oh, they
Oh,
put
that's
this sneak
awesome.
peek one.
Spoiler.
Nice. Oh, that's
Oh my god, spoilers!
Kind of looks like
Oh,
porn.
no.
Doesn't it look like porn?
I hope so. That's kind of the point. But Alex, I appreciate that you did actually cut off a spoiler.
This is amazing. Yeah, this I could honestly say this is the best meme of the year.
It's all the memes of the year in
So
one
far.
meme.
The best meme in 2025 right here.
It is.
I agree.
So far.
Definitely outdone yourself, Alex.
Yeah, this is
I
dope.
think any meme that has camel in it automatically becomes the best meme
Oh
of the
my
year.
God. Look at those legs. Shiny.
It's very golden.
Miss those legs.
Wow.
Why did you scale
He's
him
not
to
even
be
listening.
longer?
Look, he's iconed.
He's not even here.
Yeah, he's not even listening to your compliments.
Oh my God.
Started
I
insulting
don't
him.
need him to. I didn't say it so he would hear it.
Oh.
I said it because it's true.
Oh. What a
There
good
you
friend.
go.
Mm-mm. Is there another comic next to the? No. Wait, I have it on my screen. I can just zoom in on my own thing. I have the power.
Millions
So
of
everyone, how was your
lives.
week?
I did dress up as a Trigun villain and go to an anime convention.
Cool.
But,
Wow. What
I
a
didn't-
weave.
I didn't tell anybody though.
Why would you do such a thing?
Yeah. It wasn't Knives.
I'm
What's up,
back.
Camel?
I was just thinking randomly as an independent thought about how great Jake is. For no reason, but I was like, Jake is a good guy. And not, in spite of what you guys all say about him when he's not around. I'm like, no,
Yeah.
he's actually very
They
talented.
don't mean it. They don't mean it when all the things.
No, they mean it. They definitely mean it. I tell them, all the time.
It's usually followed by, and I really mean this.
Yeah, he's a terrible artist and a total loser, and I really mean it. I think is what they say regularly.
And then they say, "I hope someone is recording this right now so that they can play it."
And then we all look at Phil side eye.
Oh, my God. Well, I'm not the one saying it, so someone's got to record it.
Yeah.
Hold
We all
on, let me
believe
edit the meme to make Camel an even gayer character after that commentary.
that.
There's no gayer character than Ozymandias.
I don't know if it gets gayer than that.
Sparkles on him. Make him
Maybe
rainbow
naked
color.
Dr. Manhattan. Maybe that's about it.
No, I did not cosplay as Legato Blue Summers, okay? Even though I may have a shirt that I'm gifting to a friend that has it on it. Has Legato on there.
You guys should take all of these memes and make a book and put them on your campaign.
Oh my God. Yeah, we could.
We should
We
print the
did
really
like
have
100.
stuff behind it. We were gonna
Oh.
do a newsletter that never materialized because
We were never gonna do a newsletter.
The idea was brought up and then everybody forgot about it.
never gonna happen.
was
That
floated. No effort was put towards making it happen at all, but the idea
Mhm.
surfaced at some point.
Yeah.
It's not gonna happen.
No, it was not Kane. But yeah, that book would be cool. Or a calendar.
Or just a massive sack full of stickers.
Coaster set.
Oh.
What are we talking about? A creative block
Bookmarks.
group,
Have
group
80
project?
bookmarks.
Not Wolfwood.
Chaotic
Have them
AI.
laser etched onto Japanese throwing stars.
Bro.
Yeah, that's useful.
TC got it. It was Mid Valley the Horn Freak. The coolest of the gung ho guns. Don't
I
tell
feel
anybody that.
sick.
Well,
Yeah, well that's the show.
good show.
Phil always likes keeping these short.
No, we could still hang out. This is what, 3 hours and 14 minutes? This is
I'm
short.
joking. It's a long episode.
Okay.
Usually,
Pretty long
let's
for
try and get in and out in an hour. That's why after we bullshitted for an entire hour, you probably gave up on
Phil usually
I had fun.
can't stand having us around for this long.
No.
Phil likes to hang out in bed when the show is over. He like walks over to his bed and just lies down. And,
Oh, yeah,
like,
lay down
talks
there.
to I'm like, wow, bro.
He purposefully
Little-
turns the camera so we can see him lying down in bed.
Mhm.
I have something to show. I
Oh,
mean, I don't think I should show the whole thing, but there's a commission I just finished, and these are clothes, so don't worry.
Pull back a little. Oh.
nipples, nipples, nipples.
Oh, and I'm very proud of I don't draw guns a lot, but I think
Hey, it's
pretty
Tomb
cool.
Raider. It's Lara Croft.
Is it?
I mean, it's totally not.
Oh,
You
yeah.
should
You
have
can tell by her
avoided
guns.
You should have avoided drawing guns by putting a simple axe in her hand instead.
I'll just show it. It's fine.
Those boobs are
Amazongas.
too round for Lara Croft. They should be giant squares.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
yeah.
should be literal triangle pointy.
Just pyramids.
That gun looks really good, Irene.
Thank you. I can draw guns. I don't particularly. Well, I mean,
I meant her boobs.
Oh,
He was talking about cannons.
thank you.
Yeah.
They are
Can.
pretty good. I'm very proud.
I
of
like her
these.
Christmas shorts.
What? There should be a word for the strands of fabric that are pulled taut between breasts underneath a shirt. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, what is that?
Yeah,
What are
I
those
bet
called?
there's
Whatever it
probably
is,
a
I
term
like it.
for that in like Japanese or something.
You mean like a bra?
No.
No, you
No
like
bra. What bra?
the tight fabric, you know? Like it's-
Under-
No,
he
like
said
you're
underneath the
talking
shirt.
about this, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about that.
Oh,
Tug, which is very important.
Mm.
This has
Actually,
a lot
the
of-
tug is a good word for it.
Yeah.
If you
This.
draw Lara Croft, you
Tug.
gotta have a tug in there.
Yeah.
I like to tug every time I see Laura anyway, so.
yeah.
especially this
well-
rendition.
I watched that new Lara Croft movie. It was not good.
Oh, it's
She was like
awful.
a plank of wood.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Who,
It's
who
terrible.
liked other female planks of wood.
She was so unlikable throughout the whole film.
But just even the movie is just so cookie cutter. It's just like, oh,
Yeah.
this person chased me through these boats. I wonder if that means it's like, oh, fuck this. It turned it off.
The new one or the old one? I haven't seen them.
The new one.
The one that came out like 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Dead,
world
dead,
is
dead, not dead, dead's dead.
the world is primed for someone to take advantage of the Lara Croft vacuum and make a new thing that's like Lara Croft but good, and it has even pointier boobs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like female, more actiony Indiana Jones, right?
Yeah, you can even have like a double act thing between like a Nathan Drake character and a Lara Croft character.
Yeah.
You
Did
think
anybody
they'll just
see that
do a-
Nathan movie, the Nathan Drake movie?
Yeah, I saw that. That was
How was
awful.
that?
It's terrible.
Marky Mark, right?
You know what the biggest problem with it is just, I mean, the story is stupid, but the casting. It's like Marky Mark should not be playing what's his guy's name? I can't remember his name.
The old guy.
The older guy. Shit, Joel, I think his name is. And
Oh, they freaking
And-
made
and-
Tom Holland the guy.
yeah, and
Tom
Tom
Holland
Holland
is
is just too young.
completely
it's
wrong
terrible.
way around. Yeah.
Sal.
They should've
not
got
Joel,
Tom-
sorry.
They should have got Tom Holland to play Sal instead.
Why?
Is Tom Holland? I mean, Tom Holland wasn't a child actor, right? I mean, he was.
He just
Young
looks like
I think he was. He was. He just was
Really?
in like these tiny little nothing movies. Yeah, he
So,
showed
do
up
you
here
think
and
they
there.
gave him those puberty blockers to stay young forever? Because they did that in the '90s for a lot of child actors.
No, but I do think they're grooming him to be the next Tom Cruise. The same way that they're grooming Timothy Oliphant. No, not Oliphant. Who's the Timothy Chalamet to
Chalamet.
be the next
Chalamet.
Johnny Depp?
God, F Timothy Chalamet. Fucking sucks.
And they're both gonna fight for Zendaya. That'll be like the ultimate.
Ah,
They're gonna fight for this giraffe girl.
Tom Holland is a psyop. Yeah, I bet Timothy Chalamet is a psyop too, and Zendaya. Or why
And
would Tom
Chalamet
Holland?
was in a ton of movies. He's like, he goes all the way back to the mid-20 teens. You can find him in shit, just like walking around.
Yeah.
Yeah, gross.
Great show.
We need.
You
more
trying to get us out of here, Jake?
Lobo.
Not at
Jake's
all.
the one who's sick of everyone.
It's only 6 a.m. Jake.
My computer is still set on stupid US time. It's actually 7 a.m.
7 a.m. 7
It's okay. I had coffee. I've been embracing the cafetiere.
Is the sun up?
Yes.
Nope. The
Damn.
UFO fog is keeping the sun from piercing through.
The sun will come up
Everyone's gone nuts
tomorrow.
since the fog sprinkled all over the US.
I heard
Probably
you.
a plane just crashed into like a Walmart.
Yeah,
I just
call me
throw them
Jeff
out there.
69.
You know, just like feeding the birds. If someone wants to pick it up, great.
Oh, I got some gifts for Christmas. Remember Christmas happened? First off, I got the Splash, not a gift. I bought this for myself. From Skunk Artwork.
And Biggin.
Okay.
I love that book. It was great.
I've yet to read it. My mom read it. She loved it. Got
Yeah,
that.
it's a really fun legend.
I got his
so
art
fun.
book, which has some wicked art in there.
Well, what is that? Is that Metal Gear Solid?
No, you didn't get it's Skunk Artwork's art book.
Oh shit! I didn't get
Oh,
that.
that's cool.
Yeah, he did. It's called Dream Machine, and he's got a bunch of fan art in here. And
He said he's doing a comic next year. I'm excited for that.
Oh.
monster stuff, some painted.
Oh.
Very slowly flick through the entire book page by page, full screen.
We got Bancroft and Lucent in here.
Oh. Am I in there?
I don't think he painted you, did he?
Well, no, but I think he did a Claude Agent submission.
Masquerade, double, kick ass. I don't remember if. I don't think.
It might not be in there. I remember the hat was a little like off, and so maybe he didn't want to put it in there.
I mostly remember the flaws of the piece.
I remember criticizing it to him, so he probably didn't put it in there.
I don't know why it's not there.
And then I
Otherwise,
got-
it was quite good.
Girlfriend got me some Bisley stuff. This is gross as hell. That and then this guy, Clive Barker. Maybe you heard of him?
No,
Oh, that's cool.
Some Hellraiser
that looks like Bisley, not Clive Barker.
stuff. Yeah, well, he's
Okay.
Clive Barker's pretty legit.
Hey, Clive. It does do art, huh?
I don't remember.
well?
I think so.
I think he does art, but he's also. They called him the Stephen King of the '90s. Okay. And then I got
He's
this.
a
with
he's
the-
a genius gay guy.
They have those?
Yeah.
Yeah,
this
not
one.
anymore, but they used to.
Where'd they go,
Yeah.
Normal? What happened to them?
Look at this is a self-portrait. Simon Bisley self-portrait. And Kevin Eastman. He looks like a duck. So I gotta read these. That's it. You guys heard of Kevin Eastman?
He
Out
did
now.
the Gator guys, right? The comics. the
Yeah. He did the comic.
alligators. Yeah.
Pretty cool. So
The instigators.
I got what'd you guys get for Christmas?
We're
Huh?
going with alligators, okay?
Why? But
Whatever.
Callum, you could have had them taking photos of themselves and their food and posting it to Instagram and call
yeah, I
them the
know.
instigators.
I'm just not that hip. I'm not that up. You guys do your thing. I'll go get my present and show you. Hold on.
Wait, what are we doing? We're sharing Christmas presents?
Yeah.
Wait. What are my Christmas presents?
I don't know. I just got that bike for myself, and I'm super stoked.
Oh, nice.
I got a bottle of Bailey's that I drank.
Nice.
Did I get what Christmas presents?
Hell yeah, Maromi.
Did I get-
Hopefully he's at Heroes.
I think you got like 2, Irene.
I got 2, yeah.
Has it-
I mean, my family doesn't do Christmas, so I don't
hardly ever get presents, but
Mhm.
I did get a couple from people
Okay,
that
I'll
aren't
show you.
my Taiwanese family.
Who's ready?
This isn't for Christmas, but someone bought this for me, I think, for my birthday. This is very cute.
Oh yeah, I
So
remember
thank-
that guy.
Is that a Jewish
Yeah.
owl?
That's
Yeah.
one of those Jewish owls
No, it's one of the squishables. It's
for
like the big
Passover.
version of this one.
It's one of those
He's a
Jewish
Passover
owls
owl.
for Passover.
No, Camel, it's a Jewish plague doctor.
Oh,
Oh, man.
okay, yeah.
cute. I don't know
Hasidic
who it's
plague
from, but
doctor.
and I also got this.
Ah,
Yeah.
Nibbler. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Mine,
Nibbler's
Yeah.
awesome.
after consuming copious amounts of Futurama, apparently you love Nibbler now.
Nibbler's
Yes,
great.
this was from Jake. Thank you, Jake.
Nice.
It's very adorable.
There's a much cooler one that's a lot more expensive that I didn't buy. That you can only get on eBay.
Oh.
Thanks.
Well, that
Thanks
sounds
for
Yeah, this
kind of
I mean-
bragging.
It's very cute though. I love the character. Nibbler's adorable. I'm being educated on Futurama. That's all I have for now.
Nibbler. All right, and what about you?
Okay, so I got this compendium book of Dark Souls. There's all the
What is
the
that?
comic. It's
There's a
all of
comic?
the actual.
Dark
It's
Souls
the
comic?
collected. Yeah, it's awesome. And what's cool about it is I've only read the first story so far, and it was like 4 issues. You can see. It sort of repeats. Like they die at the end, and then it starts at the bonfire. Yeah, so it kind of
Oh,
is like a
that's cool.
time loop kind of thing.
Oh, that's cool.
And
Like the
And
game.
then I got this. This was my big Santa Christmas present. I got this medieval village.
You got the medieval village.
Yeah, so I can use it with what Jake got me, which was this.
Yeah, boy.
Oh,
Nice.
nice.
I can put them both together. And then
Yeah, you got the
Fago.
friend blacksmith
I
Fago.
got this. This is to arrive at the at the village.
Are you gonna take all of the Harry Potter figures and put them in the bin, and then put your own?
Oh, they go right in the trash. Okay. I just
This
want the
isn't a
boat.
Harry Potter thing. This is my cool boat.
Oh
thing.
yeah, absolutely. Where else can go? So that's what I got. Oh, and it's away, but I got some other. I got a video game, but whatever.
How big's your Lego room?
It's getting there. It's getting
I
there.
think it's half his house.
It's not half my house, Rainy. About 25% of it. With a very
It's
low.
all 25.
It
Oh,
is.
okay.
First room you walk into, so it feels like half the house.
It does feel like half the house, yeah. Oh yeah.
It's not. Dale A says, "How big is the Lego room?" It's not a Lego room. It's a toy room, and Legos happen to be in the toy room. Legos have their own.
Oh, better.
It's like a museum.
I also got this fake replica of a cowboy gun, which is I'm not going to show the whole thing on camera, but it's really cool. It's a Schofield, which is breech loaded. So like you break the barrel to open the cylinder and put the cartridges. And it's not a toy; it's a BB gun. Like it actually shoots metal pellets, but it has cartridges that you put the metal BBs in, and it's CO2 fueled. And so you actually put the cartridges in the cylinder. It's really cool. So I'm going to use it for references for my Western. Send pictures to my artists of me holding the gun sensually, Cool.
In bed.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, when you got the main character lying in bed stroking his gun, he's going to need
Is
a
it
reference.
is it like the Wolverine meme, but like you're holding a?
Yeah, I'm holding the
picture of
gun.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah. It's going to be good.
Gene.
What's this, Irene?
I got practical Christmas presents from Allie. I got tea and honey.
You sound
Like-
ecstatic about it.
No, actually, no, that's my resting bitch voice. I actually really like it. It's so pretty. I have resting bitch voice. Y'all need to learn this, all right?
You just
Look at the
invented that
practical
term
gifts
just
I
to
got.
get out of this one.
These were the best presents
I have been
ever.
saying that for a while.
She does it all the time. Something that to be happy about, it sounds like it's the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, no, I don't know what's wrong with me.
You'll
but-
give her a gift and she'll say, "Oh my god, it's just what I've always wanted." What, man?
I have no idea why that happens. I am not trying to be sarcastic. Anyways, no, like the honey is half gone. This is great. I'm trying to drink less coffee and more tea, and I'm failing at it. But I like practical gifts. That's good.
Yeah, love to.
I got a very practical gift.
What is
Wanna
it?
see?
Let's see it.
You got one of these.
Wow,
Love that.
money.
British
and one of
pound.
these, and one of these. I just got money.
That's good. Money's good.
Yeah,
What
that's
is
a
that
great
worth
gift.
here,
If
though?
anybody wants to gift me stuff, give me that.
Yeah,
Yeah, this
money.
money isn't even like real money. Look at it.
Plastic.
That's real money.
Oh, it's got a
just every
hologram on
country
it,
has
though. That's
cooler
cool.
money
That's
than
got to be worth
America.
something.
That's an extra rare.
Looks like they gotta update it now.
Oh shit.
Yeah, put the
Go
king
ahead.
on there.
Oh, they have the updated ones. They got the updated one. They got the new simulation
Oh.
upgrade.
Is it
I
the
don't
first
know.
time you've seen that?
Cool.
Where are his hands? I did get another gift though, and this is handmade. Look,
Aww.
I got this
look how
handmade hedgehog
Oh, that's cool.
cuddly
Is
thing,
it
and it's
sponge?
very.
adorable.
These are like loops of very thick wool stuff too. So this is my favorite present.
Nice.
Put it on your head. It looks kind of like hair.
It's adorable.
Now I look like my meme character. I'm from the meme. I'm the other white guy from that film.
Oh yeah. Samuel Jackson.
Yeah.
What's that Pink
How
Panther
many-
doing back there?
That is the Pink Panther I received from my father on the day I was born.
It's awesome.
And then it went mysteriously missing when I was a kid, when my father was replaced by a stepfather who liked hiding it just to taunt me. And then it went missing for a long time. And then as an adult later on, I found it stuffed behind the boiler in the boiler room.
Christ.
Did you find it when you were putting your stepdad back there and you were like, oh,
Yeah, I was finding a place for the body. And I was like, oh, here we go.
win,
That's
win,
no
win.
crazy after all. Water under the bridge.
Then Hagrid shows up and takes you away to a wizarding school. That's what
You
it sounds
shouldn't have
like.
done this, Harry.
That's a
All
thick
at the
wizarding
body.
hat back there.
Grab a shovel then.
How many hedgehog plushes do you have in total?
I have this one. I have the one that you got me in Colombia. I have one that's used as a doorstop.
What?
No, it's like weighted. It's like
Oh.
it's like a weighted hedgehog that's for a doorstop. Like so, like
It's
only
about
like 3. And then I have my felted hedgehog that looks like a real thing.
Hmm. Cool.
But yeah,
So
this
many
guy-
of the dog.
This guy's called Pinky. He's awesome. He's actually not the Pink Panther. He's the He was the
Oh.
then mascot for the football team Stoke City.
Is that true?
Oh,
Yeah, he
Yeah.
looks kind of deformed to be the Pink Panther.
Well, that's what I mean. He's not actually the Pink Panther. He was a football mascot, and he used to have big fluffy feet. And as a kid, I was like, "That's way too fluffy," and I trimmed them down.
You got them?
I hand trimmed these when I was a kid.
Fine.
I even one time when I went out on my bike helmet, I made a little chair for him to sit in.
Aww.
I used to cycle around on my bike with a little
That's adorable.
bucket on my hat.
I can't imagine you without a beard, though. So I'm just imagining like a 6-year-old with a big beard and long
Yeah,
hair.
I came out with it fully grown.
Yeah.
Very weird photos.
You were a
There we
circus
go.
freak.
The first show of the year, guys. We've
I'm glad I could
almost
be here for it.
Did
hit
it.
4 hours. I guess we have
Good
to wait.
start.
No, I'm kidding. Yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in. Let's do a round of little bit of promos for everybody. If you guys want to check out all of our stuff, the links are in the description. If there is any mods in the chat, if you could drop some of our sites and campaigns. Let me pull up fiendishcomic.com.
Woo!
I almost spelled.
I recognize that.
Here it is, guys.
Don't laugh at me. You guys want to see some other cool stuff? I mean, it's not really. It's already shown it, but look!
And big
Look,
and
here's finished stuff from Fiendish 3. I'm
Nice.
keeping this. I'm not selling. I'm selling most of the interiors, but not this. I'm keeping this spread because I like it. Here's
They're
the
framed
cover.
already.
Yeah, it's
Damn,
framed.
that's awesome.
I don't want to damage it. But I'm keeping these. And here's the cover for Fiendish 3. So go to their website that Phil pulled up to sign up. Fiendishcomedy.com. Look me the cover.
I'm glad you don't have porn on your screen.
I never do, actually, so I'm not worried. I actually am never worried about that. Yes, that's all. Back to the website.
Oh, sorry. There we go.
Oh, my hair looks horrible. Yeah, so if you don't know about my fantasy mystery comic, here it is. This is the website for it. It's very expansive and beautiful. I have an email sign up right there on the front page. I have about sections where you can find out all about the characters and the world building, and I even have free previews for every chapter. We have 3 chapters out right now. You can buy the books on the website shop, or you can read them digitally on GlobalComix. And the links for reading on GlobalComix are all in the chapter sections on the website. So you can just go to the website, go to read the comic, and everything is linked from there. Or you can just go to the store and buy the books. Because the physical books are always the best. I am a proponent for that. So yeah, Fiendish 3, people have asked me when I'm going to launch it. I'm aiming for early summer this year. We'll see how that goes. But I'm currently drawing it, and I want to have a good chunk of it done before launching, which is why I'm waiting. But what you can do until then is sign up so you don't miss the launch. And who knows, I might have special goodies for people who are on the email list. I haven't came up with anything solid yet, but I've always had in the past either usually a trading card, usually a free trading card for people who sign up for the book. So go to fiendishcomic.com, put your email in the email list right there, so you get notified when the next book comes out and you get free stuff.
People want it to launch now.
I don't have it. It's not ready. Not the cover isn't even colored. I'll get it. Won't. Maybe I was thinking of, well, I want to have all the inks done before launching. Now I'm starting to think that's kind of stupid. So I do want to have at least the first scene done and colored. Of course, the cover needs to be done, but I'm working on that right now. And,
why do you think it's stupid?
It's more unnecessary when I say it's stupid. I think it's not stupid to want to show people that you have a good chunk of the work done, right? Because that's more of a that's more of a guarantee that, well, you'll get your book because most of it is done. But I fulfilled 3 books. I fulfilled 4 actually, including an art book. So you're gonna get your books. Hopefully people aren't worried about that because you don't need to worry about that. I do still want to have at least like the first whole section drawn and colored and lettered because I want to put that up on GlobalComix and have that as a free preview to read, and good chunk of the rest of the book done. It won't be completely finished because that'll take forever, but yeah, early summer, that's my goal right now. So keep your eyes peeled for that.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone is considering that you wouldn't have the book done. I think, the idea of just having it further along or even finished is just easier in a backer's mind because they know they're going to get it just way sooner than later, versus like it might be next year, that's fine, or it could be a month after this thing closes, which I think people might.
Yeah. Part of the reason, that's a good point, and also part of the reason I wanted to have a lot of the work done
it's a bit conflicting for me because people have been asking for a campaign because they want to back something, but at the same time, I mean, I am putting out content. I'm sharing content as I draw the book, so I don't think people are going to forget about it anytime soon. Also, I already have 3 books out, but also I think I might do better work when I don't have a campaign, because once the campaign launches, that's the clock is on, right? You have until your campaign closes, and then you want to fulfill with a certain time period, and the clock is ticking. So I'm hoping that just giving myself some more time will result in better work. So we'll see.
Well, I mean, there's also the aspect of like, if you're waiting until it was finished, like you might be, and if you were to launch it then, you could end up launching in like November or something, which is a really bad time to launch. Like launching early summer is a good launch date in general for the year, for like the period of the year that you get to campaign too. So like,
yeah, that is a good time period. I don't want to wait until later, so I think that's a good midpoint where I'll have a lot of it done, but it won't be finished. And I think people do like seeing the work progress after they've backed it. So
yeah, like
I think
the progression of the project is like the news updates of making it, which you can always keep putting out there as marketing for the campaign.
Yeah. Yep. All good points. So no. Early summer. That's the goal.
That's exciting.
Like, yeah. I wanted to have most of Connell done, but then colored Fiendish 2.5 instead, so it got pushed back. But like decided to launch anyway instead of waiting. And I'm actually now looking forward to constantly shouting out and tweeting out like the progress on it. Like I'm glad it went this way rather than the other way, to be honest.
It is a lot of fun to have an active campaign and then just be.
Speaking of, the currency changed yet again, so now it's down. It's like 911ing. We did get another backer that pushed it up to 104, and we crossed like 8,000 gold.
That's awesome.
So, and I'm obviously not undoing the goal, but yes. Connell is still in demand, so the name changes in chat. Who said that you didn't have you would have backed it but couldn't? Don't worry, it's still live, and you can, if you so wish, choose to back it. But just like our new backer that pushes over that 8K goal, that meant we unlocked another collector's card for everyone. So now there's 3 collector's cards, and this one was Connell's braces. And if you scroll down, you can see the card that unlocked.
Oh yeah, let's see this. His bracers. There they are.
There it is. So yeah, the ones in the blue are the cards every backer gets for free because of the stretch goals. But yeah, I have been working constantly on the first scene of the book to get it up as a preview. I have now finished coloring all those pages, and I'm now lettering them. I've lettered 4 of them, so I've just got the other 4 to letter. So hopefully soon I'll have the whole first scene, a big chunk of the book for you guys to read. So if you haven't backed, maybe you will be convinced. Not maybe, you for sure will, because it is amazing. I have been spurging over the colors. Like I've been putting way too much work into the colors. But as you saw from the vertical that we showed at the beginning of the stream, they are looking perfect. But yeah, so go to GlobalComix.com or BlueDickX.com and back the book if you haven't already, because you are not going to be disappointed with this. Yeah. And if you were signed up to the mailing list, you also get an extra trading card too, which was the Rainy Hedgehog card. I'm hoping to send people's merch items out soon too. Like a couple of people bought the blanket, the Blork Pelt blanket, which is still available on the campaign. As soon as I can lock those backers, I'll send those out. And the shirts too. Irene wants to update her coloring on it a little bit before it gets committed to shirts. So I'm just gonna, I'll be able to send those out as soon as I have the updated artwork.
I have actually been working on that during the stream, so it'll be done soon.
Yes.
Oh, sweet.
Nice.
I know I need to get this finished.
Like, if people want to know how much attention to detail she's paying, if you go to her cover, Phil.
Yeah.
Do you want to know what one of the changes is?
What?
You know the saliva?
Uh-huh.
You wanted to color the lines that borders the saliva.
Of
To be
course.
You're just color holding those lines?
Yeah, that's one of the changes is color holded
Color-holded.
saliva lines.
Yeah. All right.
The highlights are a little too bright. I'm knocking them back, but you guys will see. I'm fixing it now. It'll
So
be good.
dope. Yeah, this book looks awesome. The scroll thing you sent me yesterday was hilarious, and all the colors and everything looked really good, dude.
Oh, yeah, Phil's seen the whole thing. Phil's seen the whole thing. Irene saw the whole vertical. Yeah, I'm so
Very
looking forward to getting the preview out and letting you guys read the first scene. Yeah.
It's dope. Everybody check that out if you haven't. Spread it around as well. I have a little update for Psycho Slumber. We have the new cover done. It's just getting colored right now. So if you guys haven't backed this, we're going to be throwing that up as a variant and then also doing a Kickstarter next month for that. And I think we only have like 15 pages left to color on this book. And then lettering is going to be starting and we'll be shipping out most likely on the scheduled date or maybe a little before April as well. So everything's drawn. Like I said, just colors are coming in. Grab this here or we're going to be doing a Kickstarter soon. And I had a little, let me see if I could pull it up here. Something to show of the colors. Where'd it go? Oh, here.
Who's the dominant meme? Phil, are you the dominant meme? No, I am. I'm 7-9-11.
Yeah, you're still the dominant meme. We did get a backer last week though. But here's some colors for a dream sequence that Jazz and Grimmer inside the dream world. This is gonna be a double page spread of him like bursting through a wall. Like she just went to sleep and she wakes up in the dream and he's flying at her because he's been fighting this whole time in her head.
And then
Simon.
he's like, "Oh yeah, let's have some cooling."
Exactly, breaks through the wall. But yeah, this whole ending sequence is awesome. It's like non-stop action in the dream world, people getting cut up, crazy monsters. It's gonna be wicked. So those colors are still coming in, and I wanted to show you guys a sneak peek of the Western that we're going to be putting out this year. We're doing a preview book of a short story that's going to introduce you guys to the world, the characters. It's going to have some cool action in it and leave some questions to be answered. But we already have that short done. It's going to be black and white. It's lettered. I'm just sending it to people like proofread edits and stuff like that right now.
I read it and it's great.
Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's fun, and we're gonna print them and sell them on our site like we did with the Psycho Slumber previews. But this is some art from the actual first full issue. So this is pin-up cover piece that we'll use for issue 1.
So pretty.
Yeah, it's gonna be badass.
It's the art's kind of like Silvestri-esque, which is high praise, I'm sure you know. But yeah,
Oliver really is a badass. This is gonna be a weird fantasy western, so they'll have witches and a bunch of crazy shit in it as well. Very much a revenge story. So I can't wait for this one because this is like that long form stuff. I'm excited to dip my toe into. It's hopefully
this is
will be
one of your life works potentially, because this is like your Dark Tower kind of.
Yeah, Dark Tower's an influence. There's a bunch of stuff that is going into this. I hope I could reach the levels of some of the greats that have come before me, but I'm trying, and that's why like this show is such a benefit to me, in my opinion. Just hearing all your guys' takes everything the chat has to offer of stuff that they've ingested over the years, the media that they enjoy, and just breaking down characters and understanding what makes storytelling so great. So I'm excited to do that. This year is going to be dope. And I just finished plotting Magic Hop 3, so I'm
Nice.
high right now on creating.
Did you plot it with note cards? I'm just curious.
No, I do bullet points on
cool.
just like on a document.
Yeah, nice.
I like that method.
So it's 4 issues or 4 chapters in one book. So I just like have them bullet points for each issue and how I want them to end. So that's gonna be cool.
That sounds like a smarter way to plan than stream of consciousness blocks of text.
Well, it kind of starts as that. Like that's the first phase, and then you pluck the things you want out from that into organized bullet points.
Alex,
could
we are
be a
quoting New York Comic Con, right? Rainey and Jake, the guy being like, "That shit's dope, man! I hate that."
That was great.
Crimstone has to say that.
That's just dope. Yeah, that's hilarious. Narwhal, your Nosferatu is down now, right?
Yeah, it's like the Kickstarter equivalent of In Demand, so little stragglers can pick it up, but I'm not even really promoting it anymore. I'm happy, I mean, if you want it, buy it, but
Sweet.
I'm sitting on it for a little bit till my schedule clears up in February, and then I kind of start fulfillment or I order prints and start fulfillment of this one, and yeah, looking forward to it. And the little mini comic to go with it is kind of fun, so I'm excited about that too.
And then you also got your eBay store. People can buy your previous works over here. Yeah, and those ship out all the time, right?
Yeah, and I was reminiscing about the Shorts Compendium. That's a good one. Anyone doesn't have that one, check it out. That's kind of a good starter pack for Narwhal too, if it's like your first book, short story collection. And then with the Nosferatu thing, I was gonna say with the mini comic, I've been drawing it in a kind of a fun format. So because it's gonna get shrunk down a ton, so I'm drawing it on like 8.5 by 11 paper makes 2 pages. So you fold that in half. So it's like that size, it's like manga size about, but it gets shrunk to mini comic size. So it gets shrunk so small. So the Sharpie gets shrunk so much, it kind of becomes like a pretty sharp pen. So I'm drawing it with just a Sharpie on these manga sized pages. And I have a thin Sharpie, a super thick Sharpie, and a medium Sharpie, and that's it. So it's like the challenge is to create it, knowing it'll be shrunk down a bunch, create these pages. And I was like, man, I kind of wouldn't mind trying to do like a whole comic like this, a longer one, maybe on bigger format paper still with those tools, because it's kind of fun to just have, you got 3 Sharpies, go, do as much as you can, or do your worst.
That would be interesting. Yeah, everybody go check out Pear's works. And then Camel, what do you got going on, bro?
I'll just put a link here. Because they took my thing down, but I was
looking for it.
I've been still waiting to hear back from them, so that's probably never happening. But I put this up on Twitter.
Ooh.
I did it New Year's morning, which was a terrible time. Don't ever post anything then because no one's around.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it got like 5 likes. But there was the last page of colors. So the title was Robust Has Landed, and the X-Thems Meet the Alligators is done. I'm going to start lettering it probably tomorrow, actually. And then I'm going to start on inking issue 2, which is the last issue I need to ink. Probably maybe at the end of this month. And then, hopefully everything will be ready to go by the end. I would say I'd love to go to print by June. But, everyone has plans,
Sure.
Man makes plans and God laughs. But, that's still the plan.
Awesome.
Napoleon actually made that quote, said that.
Oh. Yeah. Well, thanks. Thanks,
Yeah.
Bonaparte.
Napoleon.
Napoleon quote.
Yeah. You know what? When he really did say a picture's worth 1,000 words, and he did one other one, like for reals. I wish I could remember the other one that he did.
Was it for reals? That was Napoleon?
Coin that from
Yeah.
Yo, I'm totes gonna fucking take you guys over for reals, yo.
no cap.
Yeah.
Naps.
He's like pictures worth 1,000 words though. But yeah.
FR.
Oh, well, one of them, I don't know if this is iconic, but one of them is he goes, things are often better in theory than in practice.
Oh, that's a lot of good
But
quotes,
in
yes.
French.
Yeah.
Yeah, so,
that's right.
so it sounds fancier.
Than in practice.
He had his wife, he, was a fiend for his wife, but she cucked him, but he'd write her messages from the war field and he'd be like, I'm gonna be back in 3 days. Don't bathe.
Go for a run every day, and don't you dare wash that cooch. I want an extra cheese.
Hey.
Word for word, that's literally what his letters would say.
But in French.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Why?
I'm not saying that in a French accent.
Because it was the past.
The
and
French love aroma.
Sounds terrible. I would
French
be
love
like,
aroma.
I'm coming home from the war, babes. Time. Yeah, I hope you showered.
Power 5 times.
Yeah, time to get the
I
head slippers out,
showered.
babe.
There was a lot of showers.
Oh my.
Well,
Oh
what
my
a gross
God.
way to end the stream.
Well, on that
Good
note,
night,
Happy New
everybody.
Year's, everybody.
I suppose they were French.
Yeah, they always those for the French. They're known for
They
their.
probably still do
No.
that in France today.
They don't
French
shave.
people are gross.
Also, I mean, this was all by letter, right? So if you get a letter like, "Hey, I'm coming home soon," I mean, that could be weeks till that person gets there.
Yeah.
She gets the letter the day before he comes back. She's like, "Fuck! I just got out the bath."
Right? Yeah.
Not enough time to stank up my cooch for you. Sorry, Napoleon.
Like
Roll in
3 weeks.
December.
I feel like you could get the letter, and take a bath, and then still wait till he gets home and be, plenty rancid for him by the time he
It
gets there.
becomes some steamed ham scenario, but with a cooch and smelling.
Yeah,
She
somebody
runs to
make
the
that
shop to
comic.
get some
That's
cheese, rubs it in.
Mm.
Well,
Well, on that note, great show, Phil.
yeah. Thanks. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, don't forget, go to GlobalComix, check out all of our stuff. You could read a bunch of our works on there. We all have our sites down in the description. And yeah, we'll catch you next week on another channel.
Who's next?
I mean, you've got just over 2 minutes until you hit 4 hours, Phil.
Oh my god.
Oh, we really.
Whose channel is it on next week?
Yeah, who's on next week? Is it Nar? Is it
Is it
Perry?
me? You guys want to do like fashion?
Love it. Yeah, we're all dressing up.
Can talk about fashion for 3
Yeah.
hours.
It could be kind of fun. I got to think because I would actually want to learn from you guys. I'm bad at it, but I drew a character and it was a girl and I gave her a turtleneck and a ponytail and I was like, oh my god, this girl is fucking ballin'. How did I do that? So it made me think like there's some shit you can unlock.
Could it be like our favorite fashion in comics and we have to bring an example either what we've drawn or a character that we like?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
So
And
we all
yeah,
could
like
bring
even some
something?
people they draw shoes like super accurately. I always love that, and I never do that. So I'm like, that could be like my New Year's resolutions. I'm gonna start drawing shoes accurately in my comics.
I mean, so will we be talking about how fashion is part of character design and how important it could be and all the things you can do with different ways of dressing a character and costumes and stuff like that?
Yeah, I think so.
Like how to express a character. Yeah, no, I love that shit. I'll talk about it.
Yeah, and maybe even hairstyles because I suck at that too. Rini might know.
Oh no, that's too much.
We should each bring an example though to talk about. Like
Yeah.
one that we like from something that we like, or
I'll
something
bring
we've
a
done.
shotgun.
All right,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. There's some like historical examples of fashion where it's working good. Like someone, I forget, this is like another quote, not Napoleon, but he was saying like, if there's any like movement, the movement usually it will need a fashion
10 seconds. I'm gonna end it at
aspect to
the
it.
the,
Okay, that will end it there.
the
Yeah.
4-hour mark.
Hugo Boss.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes, join us next week to talk about Hugo Boss.
Yeah.
With the,
All right.
you know, the
I
uniforms
see.
they designed. Pretty good.
Bye.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.